Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley Community Services District, City as Successor Agency for the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Moreno Valley Housing Authority, Moreno Valley Public Financing Authority, and the Board of Library Trustees. The City Council does receive a separate stipend for CSD meetings. I now call this regular City Council meeting to order on November 1st, 2022 at 6 p.m. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by myself. Please stand and remain standing for the invocation, which will be given by Pastor Dave Carlson from Moreno Christian Assembly. Right hand over your heart and repeat after me.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. Thank you.
Lord, we come before you tonight and we're so thankful for our city. Lord, we're so thankful for the citizens and so many that live here and from all the different nationalities and personalities. And we thank you that you created us individuals and in a very special and unique way. Lord, we're so thankful for those who have been willing to serve as we are in a season of transition and leadership in different areas of our city. So, Lord, we thank you for those who have served. And then, Lord, we ask that you direct those. We know that you are a sovereign God and a holy God. And so, Lord, we ask you to direct what our future is in the future. We thank you for those who uphold the laws of our land and keep peace within our city. And we ask you to bless them and keep them safe. Lord, that you will continue to lead and guide us. Lord, I pray that decisions being made tonight will be made with discernment and wisdom, with the information that's been available to them, that you would direct their votes and their decisions, and each one that is present here. We thank you that we can come and gather peacefully. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Pastor. Appreciate that. Pastor Dave Carlson. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Barkas.
Here.
Councilmember Cabrera.
Here.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
Here, ma'am.
And Mayor Gutierrez.
Here. Thank you. Staff introductions, please.
Jane Halstead, City Clerk.
Paul Ratifica, Deputy City Clerk.
Steve Quintanilla, Interim City Attorney.
Mike Lee, City Manager.
Brian Mohan, Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Manuel Mancha, Community Development Director.
Michael Lloyd, Public Works Director and City Engineer.
Jeremy Bubnick, Parks and Community Services Director.
Captain Ken Reichel, City Chief of Police.
Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Okay. Thank you, staff. And then just to the public, if you are here for the Senior Center expansion item, as promised, I did mention that item was coming up at this council meeting, so it is on the agenda, and we will be discussing and hopefully approving that item. Just a friendly reminder to everyone that I do understand, the tensions are high right now with the elections, coming up in 6 days. I know that, there has been a lot of tension. I know that there's items on the agenda that could cause also some tension as well. So that being said, at this meeting, and basically just this meeting, if the deputy, I've directed the deputies to basically just remind you, that, to please, not shout out, from the audience. Okay. If someone is speaking at the podium, okay, that's very important. And it's only a first and final warning. So if they go up to you again, they're going to ask you to go ahead and step outside in the lobby. You will still be able to make your public comments, but you'll have to wait in the lobby. And then when we call your name, you're going to come in to the podium. Additionally, there's not going to be any signs allowed at the podium. Okay, so we want to respect that. And so,
Mayor, can I add one thing to that is leave the families out of it, please.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Just so you know, we embrace and support the First Amendment right to free speech, including everyone's right to speak at this meeting, including to criticize and share his or her views. But again, we can do more by just being respectful towards one another. Finally, I ask that speakers bear in mind that comments will be limited for each speaker, okay, depending on how many speakers we have tonight. There will be an item G1 and also a G2 item. So if you would like to speak on that item, I would recommend that you wait or you fill out the blue slip to speak on G1 or G2. Okay. If you do want to speak on items not related to the agenda, that's non-agenda items, you can speak about that right now as well. Again, there's nothing to stop you from speaking about anything, once you're at the podium, but, it just would make the meeting a lot smoother. Okay. So Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have for non-agenda items?
We have 18, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do 2 minutes each, and we'll go ahead and start with the first three. And just a reminder, if the deputy does have to speak to you, that's your only first and final warning. Okay, if they speak to you again, you'll have to wait in the lobby. Okay, go ahead and call the first three.
The first three speakers are Julianne Stewart, followed by Greg Custer and Sonny Williams.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Julianne.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Julianne from Building Up Lives Foundation, and I just wanted to talk about homeless. Mayor, your paperwork stating what you're doing in homeless, I don't see it. We are on the ground helping the homeless. We have never seen you in Building Up Lives. I've never seen you out there in the in camps. And when the homeless pit count came about, you were not there. You were not there at the youth pit count either. I know that because Building Up Lives Foundation hosted it for Operation Safe House. I was there for all 3 days for the youth, and I was there for the adult. And if you can't take it seriously and not be there, like what was so important for you not to be there for this count? And to say that the city has only 77, that numbers are wrong. The whole thing needs to be reevaluated completely. That count, you guys are lucky not to be sued. There was things that happened there that was so wrong, so wrong. And this is important because our homeless need. And when I talk homeless, I'm meaning not just the people you see on the streets. Because this next week, Building Up Lives is placing a mom and 2 children into a place. We are placing a fostered out, aged out foster child that is in school and working full time. And she does not have a home. So it's a majority of all kinds. So when you say things that are not true, that you're helping this homeless to work program, no, it can only service 16 homeless a year because there is no seating in the seat that Vincent and Garrett, which I love them from Salvation Army, they're amazing. He picks them up in a 5-seater car, in a 5-seater truck. And you can only fit 4 people. It's a 3-month program. That's
Thank you.
16.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Greg Custer, followed by Sonny Williams and Joyce Young.
Good evening, Greg.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City staff. My name is Greg Custer, and I'm running for City Council for District 4. Since this is the last City Council meeting before the election, I just wanted to share with my experiences I had running for office. First off, I had a blast. This is truly one of the most amazing things I've ever experienced. Going door to door, meeting folks here in town was my favorite part of running for office. Talking to folks about their concerns and sharing my vision for Moreno Valley. Obviously, there's a lot of concerns that folks have. A lot of it I heard was speeding cars, people running red lights, truck traffic, homelessness, as was mentioned, just to name a few. I want to publicly thank all those who supported me in my campaign, financially and volunteering, and as also volunteering. I also want to thank the city clerk, Jane Halstead, and her amazing staff for keeping all of us candidates in line with making sure we got all of our forms filled in and on time. So thank you, Ms. Halstead, for that. If I'm blessed to be elected as a District 4 City Council member, I will do all that I can to make sure the decisions that are made are to the best interest of Moreno Valley. I know that the last few months of City Council meetings have had a lot of turmoil associated with them. My hope is that once this election is over and the new City Council is placed, that the council, as Mayor Pro Tem Delgado says all the time, will be able to get back to the city's business. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next 3 speakers are Sonny Williams, Joyce Young, and Fred Buñuelos.
I want to thank the public too for being respectful. Appreciate it.
All right. I know Greg, he's a good guy. So whatever he's running for, I'll support him. But I mainly support Dr. Brown here for the mayor of Moreno Valley.
Sonny, you can raise that podium and put that button if you want.
Who? Let's stop the clock.
Okay, let's.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
I have a bad back.
Okay.
By the way, I had my colonoscopy today. I got 2 minutes, so I'm going to talk what I want to say.
Okay.
Okay,
go
anyway,
ahead.
I got today. I'm just saying that because I want everybody to get one because I had 3 polyps.
Okay.
Okay. Last time I had one done was at the Marine base.
Okay, quiet down, please.
At the Marine base, and they found 3 polyps. The doc said I would have turned into cancer in like less than 5 years. And that was 20 years ago. So it's very important that we get our colonoscopies. The only bad thing about it is just drinking that liquid. That's all. Also, I want to know, crime is crime, right? Crime is, I know it's a trick question, but crime is crime. So if there's crime at the city hall, if there's crime at Stater Brothers, if there's crime in Moreno Valley Ranch, or there's a crime in Sunnyme Ranch, it's a crime, right? Crime is a crime. So I want to one day talk to the city manager and find out why crime is not being taken care of in other places too that it's going on too. Okay, so that's what I want to know. And again, I want to Dr. Patsy Brown and also Julianne. She knows what she's talking about. I've known her for a few years. She knows what she's talking about. And that's it. Let's go, Dr. Brown.
Thank you. Okay. Next, 3 speakers.
Joyce Young, Fred Buñuelos, and Dr. Owens.
And we do need everyone sitting down if you haven't been called. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Young.
Good evening.
I'm in support of the Moreno Valley Senior Center expansion. I came with a long list, but I was updated by Miss Rita Butler, who is in this thing. But you know, Mr. Mayor, I really wish that some of your council people would come by the center and meet and greet with the seniors. I think we're being short paid. You know, we vote. We vote, sir. And I'm an avid voter. I vote already too. But anyway, I thank you. I thank you for your committee that is out there. And that's why but I did have a long thing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Joyce.
Next 3 speakers, Fred Buñuelos, Dr. Owens, and Robert Moya.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank Captain Reichel. Sir, your social media team is doing great.
Wait, 1 second. Pause. Luis, please. Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. And where was I? Oh, I seen car stops, traffic enforcement, POP team. I love that you're putting that information out there. And I also like that I guess it's Star 9 was flying over the city last night. That was awesome. My wife was saying, "Do you hear that? Do you hear that?" I'm like, "What is that?" You know, and it was a Halloween song, so I really appreciate that. That was pretty cool. Let's see what else. You guys are getting some new motors. I hope. I'm in support of that. And Moreno Valley School Board, I'd like to thank them in regards to doing a resolution or proclamation saying that they're against cannabis dispensaries in the area of schools and the shopping centers. I also appreciate Joanne Stefan's comments at the school board meeting. She had some good comments. I wish the council would hurry up and get this situation resolved. I'm kind of tired of waiting for it to come up against the agenda. It's kind of interesting how when it's election time, it's either some things will not be on the agenda and then other things will be on the agenda. It's kind of like poop or get off the pot. You know, I want to get it done and over with. And I'll go by whatever just is decided, and then I'm still going to fight against it. You know, I'm going to be watching them. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it. You know, everybody has some comments of who they're going to vote for, and please get out and vote. It's very important that you vote. People have died and gone to, you know, a lot of sacrifices for us to be able to vote. So make sure you get out and vote and vote early. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Next 3 speakers, Dr. Owens, Red Moya, and Seth Cox.
Good evening, Dr. Owens.
Good
to see you.
evening, Mayor Gutierrez, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council and staff. It's really a pleasure to be here. I just want to say thank you, Mayor Gutierrez. While I was pastoring here for 4 years, you supported the vision of me as a pastor and the local churches here. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I think that I want to speak on behalf of Dr. Brown, is a person that I've known for the last decade. And I think that it's just very imperative that me being a pastor here from 2012 to 2016, a lot has changed since then. But I think that we can all agree that change needs to happen. I hear a lot of people talk about what they want to do, but it's about doing. It's about doing. It's about having vision. It's about having purpose. One of the things that she really struck me with being inclusive and bringing diversity, having a passion and a heart for the youth. And we know that our youth have been a target, not only in Moreno Valley, but around the world. So she works with CWC already, working with the superintendent, which I'm a part of. And I think that it's not just that she's talking about a vision that she has, she's actively engaged in the vision right now. So it's not something that we have to prove with her. She is an educated woman. She's a mother. She's a grandmother. She helps other pastors in this city, including myself. She's opened her doors. So she's not talking about it, but she's truly about it. So I want to encourage those of you that if you want change, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and looking for something different to happen. So let's put leaders in that will have the heart of the people, that want to promote change and want to promote real diversity in the city of Moreno Valley. God bless all of you.
The next three speakers are Robert Moya, Seth Cox, and Rita Butler.
Hi, Robert.
Howdy, folks. How you doing? I started coming here, had a heart attack, had a stroke, had another heart attack. Sorry for this. Got these ladies back here. There's Pauline, there's Debbie, there's Misty, there's that do the work at the senior center for free. They don't charge anything. They come and they volunteer their time. They do a lot of service for me, you know, as well as other people, I'm sure. And I want you guys to see that and understand what it means. Free work is free work. They're not charging anybody anything. And I hope you guys will all appreciate what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert, for that.
The next three speakers are Seth Cox, Rita Butler, and Jorge Zavala.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, all. I won't say hello, but I will thank the gentleman over there that's been helping me with trash on the east end. He knows what I'm talking about. I want to read something here real quick that's on your website, and it's about the grant programs, specifically CDBG, ESG Home. It says here, please note that all organizations awarded grant funds, known as subgrantees, are required to comply with an outcome-based performance measurement system. This includes monthly statistical reporting, but may include gathering supplementary data and research. My question is, where are those monthly reports that the public can read? Or are we only going to get the end of year CAPER report that rolls it all up and doesn't tell us anything? That's a question. Next one that follows this line is one of those grants. Specifically, I will speak on the Salvation Army tonight. I know they do good work, but I'm just wondering if we're getting our bang for our buck. Since 2019, the city has allocated almost $1.3 million to the Salvation Army, supposedly the one here in Moreno Valley, which I believe is a substation of the one in Riverside. That includes $169,500 since this new fiscal year started. So if you're at that burn rate, you're going to do another $600,000 with them this year. I question an organization is only open 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8 to 3. No numbers on their doors when they will be open and no numbers to call. Okay. The second one, hopefully I'll get it in 16 seconds, Senior Eats. I won't get to it, but since Senior Eats has been in going since 2020, the city has allocated $1.9 million, $1,940,000 to 9 food establishments in this city.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you. and I'll have, okay, I'm going to have a staff member follow up with you, okay, on those questions. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Rita Butler, Jorge Zavala, and Elmer Thomas.
Good evening, Rita.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm just here to say thank you so much for the quick response to our concerns for the expansion of a new senior center, and to see that it's on the agenda. You guys came out the very next day, and we applaud you for that. I'm also thankful for the meeting that Director of Parks and Recreation, Jeremy Bubnick, had with me to explain things and to also explain the process in which it would entail to build a new senior center, because that's probably the next questions that are coming down the line. But to know the complete process and to know that that will take some years to come and stuff like that, I would like to see the same information that he gave to me. It would be nice if that can be relayed to the seniors at the center, so that'll answer their questions and stuff on, well, I thought we were going to get a new senior center. They'll know that a process will be the process will entail on what we would like to see as far as a new senior center and stuff. So I just want to say thank you for hearing us. We are the older community and everything, so just thank you for hearing us.
Thank you, Rita.
The next three speakers are Jorge Zavala, Elmer Thomas, and Donovan Sadiq.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and the public. I'm here to speak in favor of Ulysses Cabrera for mayor, and I also ask the public to pay attention tonight to what people say and how they behave, because that is a reflection of those that they support themselves. The last city council meeting, I'd like to make a clarification. My name was brought up over, I filed the FPPC complaint, and there is no address that you sign on there to put where it's going. So there was a claim that we were trying to get somebody fired, and that's simply not true. The FPPC is a claim, not a statement or anything like that. So I just want to say that that's not us. That's not what we're trying to do. We see something that may be immoral going on, and we ask for an investigation. We're not saying that that's what's happening, and that's what I like to say. I think Ulysses Cabrera is, just by looking at him and how he behaves up here compared to the people who come up here to represent other people, is says a lot. And that's why I support him, and that's why I will continue to support him. And I ask for everyone else to consider him, even though there may be some things that you may not like about him. I say, look at all the rest of the candidates and to really make your decisions, because choosing who you're going to vote for is never easy. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Elmer Thomas, Donovan Sadiq, and Stephen Alvarado.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. First of all, I want to encourage folks to vote for Jaime Hurtado for mayor, because I believe he has the experience and the network, which is really key, to help push our city forward and help halt how our city has become an embarrassment to our county because of Ulysses Cabrera and David Marquez's antics and shenanigans. I really wish Joe Biden would have asked them to immediately resign. I saw something in the press enterprise that said Moreno Valley Council member Ulysses Cabrera could be censured. I encourage you all to understand the reasons why. I posted, somebody posted this on Nextdoor on the app, and they deleted my post. So I'm going to read it here. I represent myself, and I'm here to defend myself and my family. Marquez sued and defamed me and my family, and Marquez's daughter tried to bully and kill me with their van.
Okay, keep the family.
It goes to his character as a city council person. Ulysses defamed me, dishonored our veterans, read your rules, harassed and intimidated me and my family, including my minor child. I provided all the evidence, and I'm going to repeat that again. Ulysses defamed me, dishonored our veterans, harassed and intimidated me, my wife, and my minor child. I provided all the evidence to the public and the district attorney. It's now in God's hands. Because of my upbringing, I have forgiven, but I will never forget. You better believe that. I want what's best for our community, and it's not Ulysses nor Marquez. They are now reaping what they have sown, thank God. I try real hard not to engage in all this negativity on Nextdoor or elsewhere, but I'm really tired of letting these people slide. Ulysses Cabrera brings hate, disrespect, and divisiveness to the table. And also, you're constantly trying to campaign for the Black vote. You don't support us or represent us. You're there just to pander, and I hope the community wakes up and you get 0 votes from our community.
Okay, sir. Next speaker, please.
Jonathan Sadiq, followed by Stephen Alvarado, followed by Oscar Alvarez.
All right. Good evening, council, mayor. Mayor, good luck to you in your future endeavors as you move on. Hello, Jane. Good to see you back with us. So it's good to see you and the staff as well. I got a lot to say. 2 minutes kind of cut down a lot of what I wanted to say. But one of the things I want to say is I do support the senior center. Okay. I was 7 years old and we had a senior center. My question is, and like, again, I support the senior center and I know the process. When are we going to get a youth center? Our younger people deserve some kind of center like the seniors have, where they can go, other than graffiti around and have nothing to do, to go and meet and do challenges. So in that senior center plan, I hope maybe we could do a joint senior center, youth center thing to kind of give them some place to kind of go hang out and do that. But I want to tell everybody out there, this is election season. You guys know I do a political blog and all that other stuff. And it's going to be very important who the mayor is. The mayor was our first elected mayor. So the second person that's coming up is going to maybe forge a different path. So you really got to vet these candidates and do that. And again, Mayor, you did a great job in being the first elected mayor. You set the bar, and hopefully the next person will raise that bar. But I want to really come out here and talk to the people of District 1. There is a city app. Our graffiti team is getting very tired. So you can use that app to dumping, whatever, talk to these people, talk to the staff, use that city app, because that's what I use to stay in contact with these people. I also want to give a big shout out to the city staff, because in the Edgemont zone, as well as our council member, Santa Cruz, that we are getting a lot of stuff done, and you're going to see a lot of different things happening, because we've seen a lot of construction going on, and we want to thank you guys, all of you guys that really champion for District 1 and the Edgemont area. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Donovan. Okay, next 3 speakers.
Next 3 speakers, Stephen Alvarado, followed by Oscar Alvarez and Dr. Patsy Brown.
Good evening, Stephen.
Good evening, everyone. I come here before you guys because I'm in support of Ulysses Cabrera. I've seen a lot of things that I come in disagreement with, and it all starts with like the idea of morality. There's a lot of immorality going on, and I really disagree with the chaos that it brings amongst the city of Moreno Valley. There needs to be a lot of change to be done, but it starts off with understanding how we can make that change. The overall concept really strives to how can we make that change through peace and not through disagreement and chaos and confusion. And I, for one, can't speak on any disagreement because Ulysses Cabrera, I've known him individually. Like, I've met him before he was council member, and overall, he's a great person. He really stands out every time I'm with him. There's no disagreement with him. I fully agree with what he does for the city. He's always there, and he's helped my family start a small business. And he was always there. Every time I would call him, he'd be there for me. And as I said, I can't follow up with the other disagreements that I've heard so far, but I really do hope the city strives to be more morally right, in the aspect that communities should come together, help one another. And yes, it is hard, but it's not impossible. And I hope one day we do reach that point where we could all help each other out together. And yeah, well, thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Oscar Alvarez, Dr. Patsy Brown, and Francis Venegas.
And I want to thank the public again for being respectful. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening,
You hear me? Okay. I'm speaking as an individual and not as a member of a city advisory board. I want to just be clear on that. I want to thank you, Mayor and City Council and staff, for responding so quickly to our concerns with, I think it's record time from what I've seen. Thank you.
Thank you.
The staff studied really two alternatives, which is no action or to expand, and also talks about increasing the senior center by 26%. Please remember that 65 years of older people are going to double in 10 years. So this expansion of 26% is going to be really good only for 3 years or less because we're already overloaded. So just consider that in your discussions now. What we really need for the long haul, long term, is a new building that really in a few years expands 50% to catch up, and in 10 years, 100% for the new people that are coming. So please, in your discussions, please take this into account and take whatever necessary action to, because that's the future. What we're fixing right now is the present, but we need to look into the future before making investment that's just going to last for a few years. Now, I fully support what you have, but we need more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
The next three speakers are Dr. Patsy Brown, Francis Venegas, and Bob Palomares. Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff and attendees. My name is Dr. Patsy Brown, and I believe I'm the best candidate for Mayor of Moreno Valley, and not because I think I'm better than anybody else, and not because I have a beef with anybody on the panel. But I believe it's time for a change, and I believe that I'm designated to be that person to bring change. I have over 25 years as being an administrator of Head Start programs where I've brought together families in need, worked across counties, worked with counties people. I've been to Washington, D.C. to speak on behalf of our program. I know what it's like to work in the inner city. I know what it's like to bring together resources so that we can get a job done. In my opinion, we need a fresh look at what we need here in Moreno Valley. Sure, we need answers to homelessness. Sure, we need answers to the high prices of rent. But what we need most of all is a leadership that can bring unity and bring people together. And I think we need a person with a voice like mine that has an intent like mine. My intent is to pull together all the resources that we have in this city. I've worked over 13 years. I pulled together pastors. I pulled together city managers. I pulled together resources for nonprofit. I'm not just talking about it. I'm about it. I have done it. I have a track record. I'm well educated. I'm a college professor. I'm a pastor here in this community. And I believe I have everything we need at this moment, at this time, to pull together our city. We will not be successful divided. A house divided cannot stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Okay, next three speakers.
Francis Venegas, Bob Palomares, and Martin Cabrera Sr.
Good evening.
Good evening. I just wanted to say why I thought Dr. Patsy Brown will be a good mayor. You know, we've all heard about her education and things that she's done. I've actually been there to see several of the things and how she works with the homeless, and so I know she's definitely got the knowledge to do what some of the things that need to be done. She's dedicated, she's honest, she's a woman of integrity. She wants better for her city, and she's not only talking about it, she's already doing it. She has a plan of action, things that she wants to do, and again, already working on it. Most important, Dr. Brown is a true woman of God, and I don't know about anybody else, but I want somebody who can hear from God to represent me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next
three speakers, Bob Palomares, Martin Cabrera Sr., and Tom Gerald Sr.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening,
Chief,
Bob.
both chiefs, great job. I seen the pumpkin heads, pretty good. I just wanted to say that a city that thrives is a reflection of the council and our city manager. And we have the best city manager. I think in this region. And the staff, of course, they work together. And I'm going to tell the people later about what I found out about senior centers, and the one in Fontana in particular. If you Google Fontana Senior Center, you're going to see what a senior center should look like. But, I hate to bring negativity, but sometimes we got to bring light in to get rid of the dark. And the corruption goes beyond these doors. Cabrera has contaminated the school district. He's in, even the entire city, everybody's talking about, and it's out there. And, it's too bad. It's too bad. But we just not need to go in that. We don't need to go in that direction. And we need to have a good, safe environment for our schools, which some of his supporters and people he associates himself with are against, the police at the schools, just a lot of negative stuff. We don't need that. I think we're headed in the right direction. When Ed came on and Elena, that was a good positive, and our mayor started it along with Victoria. But we just need to keep going, and I think we're going to get there. And Ed, I stand with you. I voted for you this election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Martin Cabrera Sr., Tom Gerald Sr., and Linda Swearingen.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the time you put into the city staff. You're great. Mike, you're the one. So, by the way, thank you, Sunny Mid Ranch community, for the nicest Halloween you throw out last night. With the presence of the Council Cabrera, make a light out there. People love him. Campaigns goes on and off based on false testimonies, false harassments, hatreds. That does not speak about a candidate. And people knows who those are. So I'm here in behalf of respect. As you want respect, people should respect the others. That means peace. Peace in your minds, peace in your heart, peace in your soul reflects in your community. Hatred is not leading nowhere. Consul Cabrera had achieved what nobody has before in the city. Gather people together. That's what we need. That's what the people is yelling, asking for. Okay, so the city or the community already know who is the best one. I'm walking through the streets, people applaud Mr. Cabrera. So from there, dirty campaigns will show up at the end, and they knows who is leading, and community knows who is capable to bring peace and who doesn't. So, Consul Cabrera.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, next three speakers.
The next three speakers, Tom Gerald Sr., Linda Swearingen, and Michelle Irving.
Tom Gerald Sr., speaking on behalf of myself. And yes, there is a junior in another state. Born in California a long time ago. But Mayor Pro Tem, council members of staff, and the public, both here in the chamber and watching at home or on the internet, thank you for the opportunity to address our local government here. I really respect that and look forward to it. So I first want to congratulate the city for an outstanding job with the Day of the Dead. I couldn't attend. I wasn't feeling particularly well. I didn't want to come and infect the troops, but I saw pictures and heard phenomenal things. In fact, I sent a young couple who rescued me one night. Nice couple from me. I got locked out of my car and they waited till 1 a.m. to make sure the car came, their local family. And So, but long story short, they went and they just had a ball, and I just had nothing but rave reviews. And they got 2 little kids, so thank you and the staff. It's a community thing, and ongoing kudos for our police, our fire, our public works, our graffiti patrol, and our donkey refuse pickup. Not a glamour job, but important. And great call on reappointing Ray Baker to the city council. I mean, to the planning commission. He's what I call a good old war horse and knows his job, and he's very seasoned. He's a fair man. And I support A7 for the funding of the senior center. I think it's a good call. And then finally, I want to endorse Mayor Gutierrez for his run for the county supervisor. I think he's done a really good job here. I mean, nobody's perfect. He's done a great job in Moreno Valley and fiscally solvent. And, I hear a lot of good things from outside the community, and it's especially people driving through. And then I obviously Jaime Hurtado get the nod as our mayor. I know he's given literally decades of free service to the community long before his run. So he's paid his dues, and I think he'd be a good, responsible leader for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, next 3 speakers.
Next 3 speakers, Linda Swearingen, Michelle Irving, and Sharon Caitlin.
Good evening, Linda.
Well, good evening, Dr. Gutierrez, Mayor and council members. I'm just here to thank you for your quick response and looking into our problem at the Moreno Valley Senior Center. And my speech is not very long. I just wanted to thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm looking forward to for the expansion of the senior center and for a bigger another senior center. So I really appreciate you guys coming out and listening to us. And I hope to see, you guys in the near future for another senior center. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda, for coming.
The next 3 speakers are Michelle Irving, Sharon Caitlin, and Chris Baca.
Hi, good evening, Michelle.
Good evening. This is my first time ever coming to this city meeting. I'm just bought a first home last year here, and once I got here, I asked God, what do you want me to do? So I start buying all these arcade games, and I have a curriculum to teach the youth leadership. And so I just signed my first lease, and I have my building now and opening up an after school program to give the youth an outlet. I have a lot of games. I have a curriculum called A Gateway to Awareness, where we keep them on positive paths. My nonprofit is called A Better You. My motto is why waste a life when you can build one. I've come from growing up, came from a dysfunctional home. So I know how easy it is to go astray and go down the wrong path. I know how this generation looks for love in all the wrong places. So when they come to my program, that's what we will offer them is love. We will let them know that we care, and we care about them staying on a positive path. We're doing everything. I took out of my own pocket and bought every kind of arcade game you can think of. I paid to get the curriculum done. I'm just really have a passion for the youth, and not only that, for elementary kids, because I know that when you're in elementary, that's when you're trying to find your identity. I know when you get in middle school, you almost lose your identity. And so I'm here to just bridge those gaps. And I I know that there's elections, so I'm glad that I was able to just come and sit in and hear, just about the great candidates and everybody that paved the way. And, I'm just here to open up those doors of opportunity. Like I heard the gentleman in the back saying they have senior centers, but they don't have anything for the youth. But I'm here tonight on purpose because I am that door that's open for the youth.
Thank you. Okay, next
3 speakers, Sharon Caitlin, Chris Baca, and Louise Palomares.
Good evening, Sharon.
Hi, I'm Sharon Elise Catlett, like you let the cat out the bag. I'm Sharon A. Catlett, USN retired senior, and I do venture to the senior center. I have 3 things. One anything done in the dark will come out in the light. Just remember that in all your doings. That's it. The senior center means a lot. If you look, there are more and more people coming to Moreno Valley, and the majority of them are seniors, citizens. Okay, so my question to you is, how fast, how hard are you going to work to make our senior center better than Fontana's? Okay, it's very important. The seniors were here before you. We set the standards for you. We gave you what you needed to be where you are. What you're doing is important to us. Remember that. See this? That's my index finger. That's used to vote. So I'm not threatening you. I'm just asking you to do what you promised to us. Don't wait until the last year like so many of the candidates have and start doing things that you promised 4 years ago. I'm going to vote for the candidate that has been doing their job from the beginning to now, not someone that waited until the last minute and started showing us the things that you promised. That's all I ask. Do your job.
Thank you. Next three speakers.
Thank you.
Chris Baca, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, staff, and our wonderful police department. I'm just here to talk about our mayor who's running for county supervisor, and I wholeheartedly support him. I think he's going to do a great job. And I just wanted to point out about the homeless issue that people were saying that you're not addressing or haven't done anything. I just got back from Banning, Beaumont, Hemet, San Jacinto, and those places are pretty bad as far as the homeless is concerned. Yes, we do have quite a bit, but considering we're, every 300,000 in population, or I think over 200, I forgot. Yeah, Riverside's 300. Regardless, I think we're doing pretty well as far as, taking care of the homeless situation. A lot of people are mixing up the drug addiction problem, the mental health issue problem with the homeless issue. Most of the transients that we see that are under the influence, are alcoholic or under drugs, they're not looking for housing. They're not looking for jobs. They want, basically, so there's different approaches that the city needs to take rather than set up a homeless shelter for a warehouse. I don't think that would be a good idea for the city. It wouldn't be safe, and then the city would be liable for something like that. Remember back in early 90s, I was at USC and LA Trade Tech, and we were working on the little igloos that they put by the Harbor Freeway. And they didn't last more than a couple of years because there was so much violence, and they ended up, killing the staff. They actually murdered a couple of the staff. So it's just not a good idea as far as putting shelters in the city and putting the city at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Last two speakers.
Last two speakers, Luis Palomares and Roy Bleckard.
Wow. Luis Palomares, community activist. When the pastor gets up here and says a prayer and everything should be peaceful and we all should get along and be on the same page, that's impossible. We're fighting two devils here, Cabrera and Marcus. They've lied every chance they get. That's the facts. They lie we print the truth in the facts so people could get educated what's really going on in our community. It's sad to say that, we're not trying our best to keep it peaceful, but we are. But when we're being lied about and slandered and all of the extra, all the stuff they do, and when we're being blocked at the door here, when we're passing out literature by family members, we're not going to tolerate that. That's our First Amendment right. And as far as the homeless is concerned, just like the other speaker said, and I was going to say this, look, say we got 100 in a city of 215,000. Wow, half of those don't want help. And the ones that do want help, we got the help through the Salvation Army. So I don't know what another speaker was talking about. Propaganda. We got the Salvation Army that does an excellent job that this council put in place, and with the staff. They do a darn good job. And a lot of these people that are homeless, like I said, they have mental issues, drug issues. And it's sad, but it's true. And they don't want the help. And we wish we can help them. And we tried everything we can to help them. They don't want the help. So as far as this homeless stuff, no shelters. This is what Cabrera wants. He suggested shelters. We don't need shelters. We'll be having hundreds of people come from other cities say, hey, they got a shelter over there. Bus them over there from other cities. Bus them over there. They got a shelter. We got to keep on working with the Salvation Army and doing everything in our power to make it happen there. So as far as the love, peace, let's all get along. It'll be great when these two liars are out of here. And when people come up and clap for them, they don't know the whole.
Thank you. Okay. Last speaker.
The last speaker, Roy Bleckard.
Evening.
Good evening. This morning, I was down at the County Board of Supervisors meeting, and there were about 100 home health care workers there. And they were saying, we need a raise because of inflation and the expenses are going up. So I proposed a question. 6 years ago, as a nation, we made a choice. And that choice brought us $2 a gallon gas, eggs at 99 cents, electricity, jobs, and opportunity. 2 years ago, as a nation, we made a choice. It brought us $6 a gallon of gas, $4 a dozen eggs. Electricity being shut off, can't afford it. People have to make choices, as they said, between medicine, food, or driving to work. T-7, we have 7 more days to go. We are going to make choices. Or are we going to, and while we cannot change the history, what we can do is learn from it. We need to learn, and we can change the future by putting the policies, the integrity, the ethics that it takes to move a nation. All of us have seen it. We know how to do it. We know who doesn't do it. So as we move forward, let's all look deep inside of ourselves and say, what are we really doing? Are we really going to take that little piece of candy and we know what's on the other side of it? Are we going to have the courage, the intestinal fortitude to stand up and make a better nation, community for all of us?
We do have one more speaker, so this will be the last speaker for non-agenda items. We'll go ahead and call him Parvinder.
Parvinder Singh.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, hello everyone. I just want to start off by saying good evening to everybody here. So I've been a resident of Marina Valley for 9 years. I've seen a lot of growth within the time frame. Everyone is coming up and explain on what I want in our industry as a transportee, that we need proper place for parking for our commercial trucks. The city is making multiple warehouses and new jobs every year, but also needs to think of a safe place where we can store our trucks. Our industry is the backbone of this nation. Everything you have, you eat, and use to travel is brought to you by truckers. Them being long hours and days away from their families, so ourselves can be full with all our daily necessities during the pandemic. Most were at home. but essential working, including us going state to state because all shelves were empty. I just asked the city to please think of us and everyone else as well. I bought I brought a ranch property in Rancho Belago so I can live and park my trucks there and be safe, but the city ending citing us for over thousands of dollars, and if we park on our street again, the city fines us. So I just ask to you all, where can we go? Where can we park our trucks? Please think of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pervinder, and thank you for coming. And I'm going to ask our staff member to just connect with you, just so he can talk with you to see where some locations are too. Okay.
Locations. All right. Thank you
So
so much.
Patrick will come and see you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right. We're going to go to consent calendar. Okay, would any council members like to speak at this time instead of closing comments?
And Mayor, just briefly before we go into that, I would like to propose actually a study session for something in particular
we'll do
before
that.
we head into
Yeah,
everything.
we could definitely do that in closing comments. So you can propose in closing comments.
Well, last time we did it before everything.
Yeah, it's only in closing comments that you can make those. So yeah,
Okay.
I'm absolutely open to that.
Okay, yeah, I just want to propose something for the
Great.
homelessness. So
Great.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to go into consent calendar sections A, B, C, D, and E, which are considered to be routine and non-controversial, may be enacted by one motion. The motion to adopt the consent calendars is deemed to be a separate motion by each agency and shall be so recorded by the city clerk. At this time, if there's any items that you want as a separate vote, please press your button. And then if not, okay. Do you have a separate item? No? Or you just accidentally?
Question on one.
Okay, a question. Okay, because we're doing questions to consent calendars. Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, you said you have a question on the consent calendar?
I do. A10.
Okay.
If Brian can answer this or someone can answer this, we're changing our current motorcycles that the RSO has from BMW to Honda. Is that for these two purchases?
Yes, that
these-
is true.
These three? My bad.
That is true.
Do we know why?
There have been obviously supply chain issues with the BMWs. And so the new standard is accepting the Hondas as well. We are not the first jurisdiction that will have these, by the way.
Okay, that was my question B. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Cabrera, your question?
Yes, question and comment for item A7.
Okay, and it's just questions. So, okay, A7.
Yes. So item A7, just a couple of quick questions here. It's a significant amount of funding that's being allocated, which is great, right? I'm very, very happy to see that. And I guess my question would be, what are the next steps? If you could elaborate here briefly. This is probably going to get approved here tonight. The funding will be allocated. And what would be the next steps in terms of the planning and, what the expansion will look like and possible construction schedule as well, when we can expect the expansion to be complete?
Brian, would you like to take that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. If approved tonight, there are two funding sources for this particular project. One is DIF and one is the general fund unassigned reserves. As far as the project moving forward, obviously we would still have to have proper plans developed. We'd have to go through all of the various permitting and so forth. We'd be looking at about 18 months, possibly 2 years before it's fully completed.
Understood. And I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Okay, Councilmember Marquez, any questions?
Yeah, just also on piggyback on A7.
Okay.
Mike or Brian, either one of you, you put down here general fund unreserved, unassigned reserves. Can you explain that, the difference between that and the general reserves?
Yeah, so the general fund has reserves. There are 3 different reserves that make up general fund reserves. One of them being unassigned reserves, meaning that from a chief financial officer perspective, I have the ability to designate reserves within the fund balance and reserve policy. As funding is needed, I can bring forward before council and request that unassigned reserves be utilized for any particular capital project. There is a caveat with that because as part of the payment plan to reimburse the general fund for those unassigned reserves, because we have to replenish them per our policies, they have to come back in a plan for repayment. So in essence, what we would be looking at based on this and the way it's structured in the staff report is any future surpluses, revenues over expenditures, would have to go back to the unassigned reserves before any other expenditures occur for those surpluses. So before they're earmarked for public safety, additional parks, park rehabs, any other particular appropriation, they would need to be this amount of money up to 3.3 million would have to be replenished in those unassigned reserves.
And what's the time period on paying back that money? Excuse me.
I would like to do it as quick as possible, just as like I would like to do this project as quick as possible, but we would have 3 years to do so.
3 years, okay. So my question is this. Why can't we borrow more money? I don't like the idea of using reserves because you got to pay it back. Is there any way we can get extra money that we don't have a timeline to pay back where we can say, here's 5 million, we'll put it towards a senior citizen, we're not worrying about paying it back? How do we go about that?
Unfortunately, with the fund balance and the reserve policy, there is not enough reserves to do a project like this. You basically would have to bond against future revenues.
Okay.
And you would have to commit those revenues as basically the source in which is going to pay the debt service for those bonds.
Yeah.
Bonds typically are 20, 25, maybe 30 years as well. So this is the best approach in order to get a quick expansion to allow this council time to make decisions for future senior center expansion and or a new senior center.
And with the property where it sits on now, definitely we own that property.
Yes.
So to expand, we need the parking lot basically to park in. So if you're going to expand the buildings to make it bigger, where are we going to go?
Staff went out there, did a tour, and based on the expertise of the staff members, we were able to do an expansion without touching the current parking lot. So we wouldn't lose any stalls. And basically on the south side of the senior center, we would be able to increase 4,000 square feet utilizing the garden that is out there.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thanks to staff for making this happen. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Did you have a-
No, also just wanted to clarify for comment when we get to that point, also comment for item A7 and comment for item A2 and A3.
Okay. Yeah, but it's only just council questions right now. So did you have any questions on those items?
I don't have any questions, just a comment for those items. Just wanted to make sure to clarify that.
Go ahead and comment.
Thank you. So once again, on item A7, very, very happy to see this, and want to tip my hat off to all of the seniors and everybody who organized and put your efforts together for this project. That's ultimately what it's about. It takes that people power, right? Coming together, strategizing, planning things out, and getting things done, and getting them done very quickly. Right? I don't think I've ever seen an item be proposed and then come back to the council for funding this quickly. So just want to tip my hats off to you. You're setting an example on how to get things done here in the city of Moreno Valley, and definitely excited to see this built. Yes, and on to items A2 and A3. This is the meeting minutes for the last meeting, and just wanted to make a few clarifying points and would like to clarify some things for the record. One of the things on the meeting agenda is that there was a 3-2 vote for one of the closed session items, but just wanted to clarify that for that particular item, there was no official vote taken for that item. And that actually has to do with the cannabis appeal and cooperation with the district attorney's office.
I
So just
believe-
wanted to
yeah.
make sure to clarify that for
Yeah.
the record as well.
Well, I think there was a vote on that. Yeah, there was a vote on that.
My recollection is there was a vote on it, and I believe we announced it. in
We did
closed-
announce it,
after a
yes.
closed session.
It was announced, but
Are these your closing
there
comments?
was no, excuse me, we're talking about A2 and A3.
Okay.
So for that, and if any other council member wants to jump in here as well, just wanted to state for the record that sometimes we do take formal votes, and for that particular item, we did not. So just wanted
Yes.
to clarify that, you know, I think that the city should communicate with the district attorney's office, and I have no issue with that whatsoever. So just
Well,
wanted to
there
make sure to
was-
state that for the
yeah,
record.
the recollection was, I think we voted yes. It was myself, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, and Elena Baca Santa Cruz to cooperate with the district attorney's office.
There was no formal vote on
Yes,
that.
there was. Yeah. So, okay, we're going to move to.
And I'm not finished.
Yeah,
Mayor.
well, you'll be able
Thank
to
you.
do that in the closing comments.
No, but we're talking about items A2 and A3.
So, do you
So-
entertain a motion by council to
Mayor.
approve the consent calendar?
This,
Is there any
Mayor,
second?
this is
I
definitely
move-
not appropriate.
Okay, motion made by
I
Mayor
still
Pro
have
Tem
more
Baca.
comments for item A2 and A3. Mayor,
And a second?
just let me speak, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, and please vote. Okay, sir.
Everyone is seeing
Sir,
what's
please.
happening right now, right?
Okay, sir,
That,
sir. Thank you.
look, Mayor, just let me finish speaking
Okay, go ahead.
instead of just trying to move on and brush this aside.
Okay, well, you're out of order. It says city council questions, so we're doing questions right now.
So
So
when
your
can we,
comments
when can we comment
during your
on the
closing-
items for
during
the
your
agenda?
closing comments. Actually, when we get to this part right here.
Comments on
Yes.
the consent calendar?
Yes.
So before we take a vote,
You can make a comment.
so am I doing that now?
Yes, but we haven't finished the questions from everybody.
Okay, so I'll let everybody ask their questions and then I can continue with my comments.
All right, any further questions? Okay, but there's a question from Mayor Pro Tem Baca. I mean, sorry, Councilmember Baca. Sorry.
So are we, the questions regarding the closed session? I mean, I was there, I voted, so all of my votes are correct and the minutes are correct to my recollection as well as the others in the room.
Okay. All right, Councilor Cabrera, go ahead.
For the comments, yes. So I'm not going to sit here and just go back and forth and, you know, we could agree to disagree, right? But just wanted to state those things for the record and let folks know what, you know, actually took place in that meeting, because some folks up here on the city council are saying a lot of things and misconstruing facts and using it for political attacks as well. So just,
Okay, well, I think it's in the minutes, and I think the city attorney already confirmed that you did vote to not cooperate with the district attorney's office.
again, there was no formal vote. So we can agree to disagree and we'll move on. I won't make a bigger deal out of this than it will be, but
The
just wanted
city
to make sure
attorney
to state those
reported
things for the
on the
record.
third potential litigation item that involves any issues with the district attorney's office regarding cannabis appeal and campaign disclosures. The city council voted 3-2 with Mayor Gutierrez, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, and Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz voting yes to waive the attorney-client privilege and to direct the city attorney's office to cooperate with the DA's office by providing any attorney-client privileged information to the DA as may be requested in connection with any cannabis appeals and campaign disclosures. That statement was made when we came out of closed session. Why was there no objection to the reporting out of closed session at that time if it was not true?
The objection and correction is happening right now. And also, just want to state as well that, because Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz, you did put out a press release. Is that not correct?
I did.
Yes, and I need to state this for the record because you are making claims that I'm withholding information from certain people, and I want to make sure that we clarify those things because you're using what's happening here, misconstruing the facts.
Okay,
and using it for political attacks.
Let's just have the
So-
city attorney can you just opine? Did you make those comments at that meeting or not?
Yes, it's my recollection that in closed session, there was a vote, and I made that announcement after closed session. And by the way, I did speak to the district attorney's office.
Okay.
Pursuant to the direction that was provided to me.
Okay.
He's going to investigate you.
Okay. Okay,
So that's
let's stop.
if you want to go there.
Okay, guys.
We can go
Okay, we're
there,
gonna go
but
ahead and
we're just gonna
Can we
let
move on,
this-
We're gonna
please?
move on. Yeah.
We're gonna
I entertain a
Motion.
motion.
just
I've
leave this
motioned.
alone.
Okay. Okay, motion made by Councilmember
I'll
Baca.
second the motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call for a vote. Okay, and it passes 4 yes, 1 no. All right. And that's to approve the senior center and also the public safety additions too. All right, okay, quiet guys. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess and then we're gonna go ahead and reconvene to public hearings. Good evening and welcome back to the November 1st regular City Council meeting. We're going to go ahead and resume with our public hearings. Just a friendly reminder to everyone, if the deputy does speak to you, okay, that is a warning. If they speak to you again, then you'll be asked to be in the lobby. And then when we call on you for your public comments, you'll be able to come and make your public comments. If we could please close the door, that'd be great. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go with public hearings. So public hearings and resolutions of the City Council for the City of Moreno Valley. Okay, we do need everyone sitting down, please. Facilities and public art, adopting the workforce development facilities and public art impact fee nexus study and implementing the same development impact fees. We'll have a report from Public Works Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. As you mentioned, this item is to a request to conduct 2 public hearings. Wildan Financial was retained by the city to prepare the nexus study for the 2 new DIF categories being considered workforce development and public art. The workforce development impact fee will be collected for a new business and employment resource center building. The public art fee will be collected such that various pieces of art can be placed in public places. The nexus study was prepared following state guidelines and consistent with state code. If approved, the new fees will take effect 60 days following the second reading of the ordinance. Carlos Villarreal of Wildan Financial, as well as staff, are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll go ahead and have a council questions of staff. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the hearing. Madam Clerk, any public testimony on this item, and it does have to relate to this item?
Yes, we have 3 speakers. Elmer Thomas, followed by Donovan Sadiq, and then Thomas Gerald Sr.
Okay. Just a friendly reminder, it does have to relate to this item. Okay, and it'll be 2 minutes. Actually, we can do 3 minutes. This one, only 3 people.
Well, I support adopting the resolution to support the establishment of the City of Moreno Valley Workforce Development Facilities Development Impact Fee and Public Art Impact Fee. And I sincerely hope that the workforce development facilities can be used to educate Ulysses Cabrera and David Marquez on the topic of ethics and sexual harassment on a weekly basis. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Donovan Sadiq, Tom Gerald Sr., followed by Luis Palomares.
All right. Good evening again, City Council and staff. I also am in agreement that we support this agenda item. The question that I have in regards to it is the impact fees, how we're going to do this project. Is this something that is static in one spot, that it's going to be erected in one area? And my question is, and I know how the process works, I'll be at City Council tomorrow morning, what district is this going to be laid at, and where is it going to be? Is it going to be more impactful in the aspect that everybody can come to it? If it's in the center part of the city, maybe in this area versus where, maybe on the east side or something like that. So I just had some questions in regards in with that. And we hope that with the impact fees that do that it does reflect not only the city of Moreno Valley, and please no trucking pictures or whatever they're going to do, but the base, our education system that we have here, and all the things that highlight Moreno Valley as a great city that it needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Gerald Sr., followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and the public. Thank you for the opportunity to address this issue. Tom Gerald speaking on behalf of myself, and long time ago, on another time and place, I did a bit of building. I was very active with the building industry, and in fact, the TUMP fee, which is renowned in Riverside County, I saw the birth of that and its whole evolution and its implementation. So I know a lot about it. In fact, when I came here to Moreno Valley in 1981, I think the only fee was a school fee. It was $300 a unit. And then later they did public facilities, which are now I think I have a different name for them now, but I think they threw a number of 800 a house on that or unit. And so I got a little knowledge of that. So I have a long window on this. But I do want to say, first I want to do a shout out for Richard Archer. He headed up the Marina Valley Cultural Arts Foundation for a number of years. And in fact, technically still is. I mean, it's been dormant. They had to close their facility. And he just worked tirelessly. And I noticed this, if I'd have known this, I would have given him a call so he could at least watch the meeting, or maybe you can watch a replay of it. But he was a longtime advocate of some type of fee for public art and an advocate of it. So, and I see it as if properly done. I mean, there's some dumb things that have been done in some cities, but there's some good stuff. So I'm not innately artistic. I have some abilities, but I'm no Rembrandt, that's for sure. But bottom line, I see the value, and it's great for our kids too. Which we got a lot of talented young people in this city, a myriad of forms of art, from dance to painting to just all kinds of stuff. So happy to see that. But on the subject of fees, I did want to, and I always take the opportunity, and I can address this at a later time, but I infer these will be collected on new homes, new construction. And so what you're actually doing is you're passing a tax to people yet to come, okay? So they have no knowledge of it. And I'd like to see, and I'm going to watch carefully, see what the actual fee will be, because this is a home buyer or a developer's tax, actually. And because these are not, they say, well, developers, all they do is pass them along. Okay, they don't pay them. Yeah, they write the check, but then that goes into the cost of the house that they're building, and so it becomes either increased rent or increased cost of the purchase. And those fees, actually, depending on where they're collected, can grow by as much as 37%. So if you have say $1,000 fee, it costs the consumer $1,300, almost $1,400. So keep that in mind when you're doing this, and use good discernment. So I thank you for the opportunity to say my comments, and look forward to the further report.
Luis Palomares is the final speaker.
Wow, it's a good idea. We, get some more fees in the city, because there's a lot of things we need to do as far as with the arts in the city. It'd be great if we had something that when people come to say, wow, like the Measure M, the M up there. Hey, everybody knows us by that M up there. And when it's different colors, wow, they say, oh, what's that for? What's the blue for? It's great. And we got to do more like that for our city. And this might bring us down that road. It'd be great. Also, as far as earlier, maybe some of this money could be used, like they were talking about the homeless, maybe for mental health also. We can hope and try. I'm not saying it can happen. And for the drugs, because like I said, half of those people are out there, they're either homeless or they're mental, or they're on drugs. So it'd be great. I don't know if we can. I'm just asking the question. As far as something for the trucks, they've been coming up here asking for the longest time. I don't know if this could be part of this money could be used towards that way to make something for them out here, because they bring a lot of revenue, and they bring our supplies to us out here. Also, as far as earlier, one of the other speakers spoke about ethics. Ethics. Well, maybe they can put a little more money and I can't even say it right now, more on ethics, because we got 2 council members here that don't know ethics. They don't know it because they keep on breaking every rule in the book. And like today sorry, Mayor. As far as earlier, I try to bring, maybe they could teach them the First Amendment right, because now I can't even have a sign in here. That's my First Amendment right. Thank you so much. And thank you for making this happen. And hopefully it goes through and we get what we need. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. No more public speakers?
That concludes public comments, Mayor.
Okay.
I did have a question.
Yeah, just really quick. I just have a question really quick. I don't know if this would be a question for Mike. I don't know if you're going to take it or not, but this is just to establish the impact fee. So there's probably not a location of where it would be, or it's too preliminary.
Yeah, that's correct. This is just to establish the fee as a collection method. Down the line in the future, there will be a council decision what type of art and where the art is going to be placed.
Okay. I just wanted to get his question answered. So, Okay.
There amount? Oh, I have a question.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz for questions.
Is there amounts that we're looking towards? Like, I understood that just the expansion of the senior center is going to be 4.4 million. So for this new workforce development facility, is there an amount that we're looking to raise, or for the public art?
Well, if you're looking at a new workforce development facility, that's going to cost probably $10 to $15 million
10
for
to
a new
15.
facility. So, the public art could range from, small amount to several $1 million, depending on what type of public art the council would like to do in the future.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cabrera.
Thank you. And I think this will be for you as well, Mike. For the workforce training facilities, would this be something along the lines of the American Job Center that we have here, the Burke?
Yes, currently our Burke is at a facility that's in a shopping center. Eventually, as the city grows, we need to start collecting fees to build a facility for our workforce training center in the future. So this will start the process so that hopefully in several years we'll have enough money to start the process of looking into building a new workforce development center.
Definitely. Yeah, that's good. And will these fees, assuming this is approved tonight, will they start being collected immediately?
It will be 60 days after the second reading.
Okay, 60 days. So sometime next year, more
That's
likely.
correct.
Okay, excellent. And I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. If anybody would like to make a motion.
I make a motion.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Marquez.
I'll second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Delgado. Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to item G1, resolution of a censure.
Excuse me, Mayor. Actually, we have two public hearings as part of one.
Thank you.
There's items 3 through 5 that still need to be acted on.
Oops, sorry, just skip through those. Okay.
The motion.
All right.
Oh,
but I still got to go through the whole thing really quick here. So let me just, there probably won't be many comments, but any comments on this part? Anyone? No? Okay. All right. I'll entertain a motion if Marquez, if you want to make that by council to introduce staff's recommendation for items number 4, introduction of an ordinance for the workforce development facilities impact fee and the public art impact fee, and finding that the action is exempt from CEQA.
Yes, I move that. Yeah.
I'll second the
So
motion.
that'll be 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, I think they just want us to do separate votes.
Oh, okay.
So we'll just take it at a time. Okay, so that was a motion made by Marquez, seconded by Cabrera. Go ahead and please vote. Okay, item passes 5-0. Now we're going to go to the last item. Entertain a motion by council to approve staff's recommendation for item numbers 5.
I move.
Motion made by Councilmember Marquez.
I'll second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Cabrera. Okay, please vote. Oh,
We
it's
do a
5.
voice vote?
Yeah, it went through. Yeah, it's
Okay.
5 yeses. Okay, that moves us on to IG1, which is a resolution of the censure report of city attorney's office.
So the Black's Law Dictionary, which is what attorneys rely on, defines censure as a reprimand. It's in the case law describes a censure as an expression of disapproval by a majority of the council with respect to one of its colleagues. I'd like to point out that there is no state law in place that addresses the issue of censure. So that means that there is no standard way of doing it. But our municipal code provides that censure of a council member may be appropriate for 2 reasons. Committing a crime of moral turpitude, which is not involved in this situation, or a violation of the city's policies and regulations. I think it's important to also note that censure does not constitute a formal legal finding of wrongdoing. So that's not the purpose of a censure. This particular censure has to do with an employee complaint that was filed last year which was thoroughly investigated by an independent counsel and an independent investigator. At the conclusion of the investigation, there was no evidence of any unlawful conduct, but the investigator and the special counsel did observe that there were certain comments made that could have been perceived as threatening and intimidating to the employee who filed the complaint. Again, however, these comments were not deemed to be illegal. I think at this point, I would like to defer to Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz on the background regarding this censure, since she was the one who brought the issue up. And I'd like to point out that this item was added to this agenda pursuant to the rule that we currently have in place that allows a council member to request an item be added to a future agenda at a regular meeting, provided that there's a second and there's a vote. And so that occurred, and that's why this item appears on today's agenda.
Thank you, Steve. Could you please list any city policies, rules of procedure, municipal codes that were broken by the actions of Councilmember Cabrera? In G1, in reference to the investigation. I know you've just said that there was no unlawful activity, but could you please list any and all city ordinances, policies and procedures, oaths of office, anything that was broken by the actions revealed in this investigation?
Yes, but I'd like to preface this with the fact that the purpose of a censure is not to make any findings of fact with respect to whether or not there was illegal conduct. Again, it's an expression of the city council's opinion as to whether or not they believe someone violated our employee policies or our policies and regulations. After conferring with Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz and just basically asking her what her concerns are, I was able to track down several policies that I believe that she was concerned about. And those include Section 1.85, discrimination and anti-harassment policy that's set forth in the city's personnel rules and regulations, which were incidentally adopted by the city council. And in that policy, it provides that the city maintains a strict policy prohibiting any form of harassment, including verbal, physical, visual, or retaliation against an employee for filing a harassment or discrimination complaint. We also have the city's standard of ethics that's set forth in our personnel policy of the city's administrative policies. And these were established as guidelines for ethical standards of conduct that include or require members of the council to conduct themselves with honesty and integrity in order to maintain public confidence in their performance and maintain public trust in the city of Moreno Valley. We also have some policy guidelines that come from those standards of ethics that require council members to treat employees with courtesy and civility and to avoid the actuality or the appearance of favoritism. We also have an additional policy guideline in our standards of ethics, which prohibits council members from attempting to use their authority or influence for the purpose of intimidating, threatening, or influencing any person with the intent of interfering with the individual's duty to disclose unethical or illegal actions. And finally, we have a policy guideline from the standards of ethics, which prohibits council members from attempting to use their authority or influence for the purpose of retaliation against another city official or employee who reports unethical or illegal behavior.
Okay, and the report did find that Councilmember Cabrera made comments that could be perceived as threatening and intimidating and belittling to one of the city female staff member.
Oh, are you asking me that question? That is, I'd have to defer to the city council on that particular
And we'll get to
issue.
those questions. But anything else in the report, Steve, that you wanted to
No.
share or anything?
No, again, I just want to point out that a censure is not intended to make actual factual findings that there was illegal conduct or a violation of policies. It's an expression of a majority of the city council's opinion as to whether or not someone violated these policies.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to close the staff report. We're going to go to council questions of staff. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, did you have? I saw your finger.
Well, I do. So
Okay.
this censure is basically our expression of disapproval of some type of behavior, albeit not illegal, from a fellow council member.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And we could recommend action, corrective action, like training?
Yes, that's one of the recommendations that's set forth in the resolution.
Okay. Thank you. Any other council? Not yet. We're going to do public speakers first. Okay. Well, after all the people have finished the questions. Any other council questions of staff? Okay, Councilor Marquez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Steve, on the report that we got from the investigators, they say that on my part, it was unfounded. On Cabrera's part, it could have proceeded that it sounded like he might have said something. The comment was made, I don't know if I can repeat that comment since it came from closed session on what was said by the colleague pertaining to the harassment. You know what I'm talking about? I don't want to say something that I'm not supposed to say.
Now, I would recommend that we don't discuss the details of the investigation.
Okay. So not being able to discuss it, but it came out of closed session. It was brought up that a crime or a ethic violation was committed, but there was no, well, see, I've got to watch what I say because I don't want to get into that disclosure. I feel at this time, this is a witch hunt against
And then
Councilman.
we're only doing questions right now.
Okay.
You'll get to your comments though.
But I feel that there's a lot of things I can't say. I wish I could say, but I wish my colleagues here would understand that we all heard the same thing in closed session.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any
Okay.
more questions?
That's it.
I do have a question, Steve. Is there any cost that the city incurred? And can you share what the cost was in doing this investigation?
I was just informed it's $24,000.
$24,000.
And that was for the cost of the investigator and special labor counsel.
Okay.
Can I clarify one thing? It's a
Okay,
question. Yeah. Just to confirm, that's a third party? Who did the investigation?
Oh, yeah, it was an independent investigator that was selected by the city special labor council, which is Lieber, Cassidy, and Whitmore.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further council questions? Okay. Councilmember Cabrera.
Steve, thank you for the report there. I think you touched on this, but could you just reiterate again? You mentioned that there's no state law that specifies or regulates essentially what a city council can censure a council member for. So you did list off some things there that could justify a censure, but do those things absolutely have to, if those things were not, I guess those policies were not followed, could a city council still censure one of the council members? I mean, for not, without any concrete proof or any actual valid points, could the city council still decide to censure one of their council members?
Unfortunately, the answer is yes, based on the case law.
So essentially, a city, in our case, and you talked to this as well, that in the city of Moreno Valley, we do have the authority as a body to censure one of us up here. And so what I'm hearing is that a certain policy doesn't necessarily have to be violated. Essentially, a city council can censure anyone almost for any reason.
Correct, based on their opinion that they believe that there was a violation of the policy. There's specific case law that's directly on point with respect to this issue. And that case law holds that, again, the purpose of a censure is not to make factual findings that there has been an actual violation of a particular policy. That, again, is just the opinion of majority of the council as to whether or not they believe that conduct was, well, either it's offensive or contrary to any policy the city has in place.
Yeah, and also just another question. So for clarification, the employee who filed the complaint no longer works for the city of Moreno Valley. They mutually separated from the city earlier this year, correct?
Yes, it's a former city clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to public testimony, and then when we get to deliberation, we'll do one round, and each council member will be able to make comments there. Okay, so public testimony, depending on how many speakers we have. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have on G1?
We have 8.
Okay, we'll go ahead and hear the first 3.
Okay, Raquel Ortega, followed by Elmer Thomas and Donovan Sadiq.
Okay, we'll do 3 minutes.
Am I on the clock? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Raquel Ortega, and I would like to state for the record that I am speaking as an individual and not on behalf of MVCEA. I am a person who is passionate about speaking the truth, and in my mother's words, "El valiente vive mientras el cobarde quiere." I find it appalling that an accusation from former City Clerk Patricia Jaques Nares warranted an outside investigation, while one was deemed unnecessary for complaints from over 11 city employees against said former city clerk. Their grievances detailed a pattern of abuse that began not long in her tenure and continued until her departure. Patricia was accused of bullying, belittlement, favoritism, racism, retaliation, homophobia, unprofessionalism, and vindictiveness, all of which City Attorney just stated. After voicing my grievances against Patricia, she continually attempted to get me fired. My supervisor would receive regular calls from her demanding that I be dismissed. It's ludicrous that her deplorable behavior went unpunished. Not only did her behavior go unpunished, but employee complaints were brushed under the rug. And she is now being labeled as a victim. All while you are considering censoring Councilmember Cabrera. Standing behind me are some of the employees who filed complaints against former city clerk. Some did not want to come because they fear retaliation. Most employees who filed complaints were retaliated against and moved to other departments within the city. Some were also fired, or some chose to resign because they could no longer take her mistreatment. None of this information is new, as some of our complaints were placed on social media for all to see. I have copies on a hard drive if any of you would like to see all of those complaints that were placed on social media. As you can see, Patricia Jaques Nares is no victim. She is a victimizer. Councilmember Cabrera and Councilmember Marquez were the only ones who were understanding and reached out to some of us to ensure that we were okay. So to the both of you, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Next 3 speakers.
Elmer Thomas, followed by Donovan Sadiq and Tom Gerald Sr.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here in support of the censure, although I feel like it's a very small slap on the wrist for what he truly deserves. I believe he shouldn't be sitting up there in the first place. I want to talk about two things that have happened within the last month that show his character. I mean, you've seen how his family behaves. His mother hit me with the sign at the last council meeting.
Keep it to
I'm talking about his character here, why he should be censored, because his family is also bullying us. You saw that Zavala and his dad also tried to file that FPPC complaint, and what they didn't say is that it was dismissed within a day. So he shows up to an event for girls and women to empower them where my daughter was attending. She's 17 years old. And my daughter doesn't take any, I'll just say mess. So she went up to check Cabrera and his wife told my daughter, who's 17 years old, look, little girl, you don't have any proof. The correct answer would have been, we didn't do it. But that's how skeevy you all are. And yeah, she'll check you every time because you suck. The event was for girls and women, and just before you came up, they were talking about red flags about bad relationships and narcissistic behaviors, and they got a live example right there. Why the hell were you there in the first place? To terrorize my daughter? I'm tired of this shit. If Capera had ethics, we wouldn't have to spend $25,000 cost, because as a mayor, imagine how much money we're gonna have to spend.
Can you watch your language, please? Because there's children could be watching this.
I'm sorry, sir. This is my First Amendment freedom of speech, and I will respect you and I will watch my language. But just to clarify the point, it is my freedom of speech. Thank you. And the disgusting stuff that they're allowed to do, I believe I have the right to drop a couple F-bombs. His daughter tried to run me over, and you guys aren't doing anything about it.
Okay.
So let's talk about that stuff. So as a mayor, he's going to put us in more liability. $25,000 as a council member, what is he going to cost us as mayor? And the irreparable cost of lack of leadership. When our young people have to look up to cretins like this, what is that showing them? I don't want that. Another event, I was at an event for the Homes for Heroes, where we were trying to honor a veteran, and this person tries to solicit personal business right in front of us, tries to intimidate me and my wife, and then has the nerve to say he's afraid for his life. What a coward. Why don't you call the police now? Why? Aren't you afraid of your life? What kind of stupid shit is that to say? I'm sorry, but I'm just so damn angry. I can't believe the stuff that you do.
Okay, just take a break. Okay, just take a break and come back. Okay, next speaker.
Donovan Sadiq, followed by Tom Gerald Sr. and Jorge Zavala.
Wow. Good evening again, council.
Go ahead.
What you just saw there was a man that has a passion for what he believes in, and he believed that he and his family have been wronged. Now, this censure that was called for, I believe, is a good remedy to do what you need to do among each other to keep you guys in check. My mother told me if you have really nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. However, when you have council members that we as the bosses have elected you as the servants, that you have to check each other, there's a problem. Now, what the attorney just said is absolutely true. Rules are not laws. And unfortunately, a lot of us as, bosses, we don't understand the law. There's a lot of policemen that don't understand the law. They understand arrest, but they don't understand the law. Okay, rules are not laws. And you guys have made some kind of rule up there to where you can check each other. And obviously, if you guys vote on censure tonight, something was wrong or apparently wrong that you guys do not disagree with. Just as Ed just said, hey, do not use curse words. It is his First Amendment right to do so. So I agree with the attorney legally in what you're saying, but obviously, if you guys are going to vote for censure, something was done inappropriately or wrong. No, he's not going to go to jail. No, whatever you're going to do. It's something that you guys feel that is inappropriate. And I'm just going to say this, in a democracy, all this secrecy stuff is repugnant because as the bosses, we should know what is going on behind those closed doors. And so what I would advocate for a lot of citizens is You put in a FOIA request to see what they're talking about in these meetings. You have a right to know what the hell is going on. And Mr. Kerberos is right there. He's trying to spin golly and spin the facts of what the lawyer just now said. Yes, there was no wrongdoing and that they could censure at anything. They can censure you for an apple sandwich. That's true. But it's very simple, Mr. Kerberos. If these allegations aren't true and it is what it is, just say so and go about your business. This censure is not going to stop you from running for mayor. It's not going to stop you from getting in your car. Just say what it is and go about your business. But what it is you are so conniving right now that you want to be mayor so bad that you are going to sit up here and try to fool the public so that you could be elected to be mayor. And the question is, we still want to know what happened at that coup that you and Dave Marquez participated in.
Next, three speakers.
Tom Gerald Sr., followed by Jorge Zavala and Pete Bleckard.
Tom Gerald, again, speaking on behalf of myself, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of staff, and the public. You know, going back to that, about 35 years I've been coming to meetings. I think this is the first time there's been a censure action. I don't remember one in history, and I think it's a good thing. If for no other reason to clear the air, I can't tell you how many times I've seen or worked with or known of a certain public employee, and all of a sudden they just disappear. And we know there's something went on and something was stinky, and and that's not a good way of doing business. Now, maybe you don't have to air all the dirty laundry, but I think the public has a right to know, we're taxpayers. We're paying for this. And sometimes big settlements involved, or litigation, a lot of cost burdening the taxpayers at the end of the day. So I affirm you for what you're doing. In regards to the censure itself, it's a slap in the hand. It has no, legal ramifications. It just fellow council members saying, we don't like what you did. We think it was wrong, expressing an opinion. And I think that's a good thing. So I affirm that for bringing this forward. And I hope in the future, if there's other needs, bring them forward. Let's air it out. Let's get things, the truth well out. That's, and another thing my dad always said, and he had a very simple axiom when I'd complain about certain problems I might be having and things I wanted to do. My dad would simply say, 2 wrongs don't make a right. So if the former councilwoman was abusive to people, I don't know that. I never saw it. I can tell you that. Number one. But again, 2 wrongs don't make a right. I do know that I did see Pat on the day of the Victoria's burial. She was there in the morning. She was in as good a mood as you could be for having lost a loved one that she cared a lot about for and respected. And suddenly she gets a call. She had to leave because there was something going on in City Hall that was really stinky, and she was gone for a long time. And when she came back, that woman was stressed out. I mean, she, was visibly upset. She didn't complain. She just said that they were clearing Victoria's office, on the day of her burial. That's why I use that Godfather ramification. It's just like the scene at the end of the Godfather. I'm just like, is this correct? I couldn't believe it. I literally couldn't believe it. So again, I think that's what this all revolves around. And so have the hearing, get the facts out, share them with the public, and I thank you for your time.
Next 3 speakers are Jorge Zavala, Roy Bleckard, and Chris Baca.
And just a friendly reminder to be respectful to anyone that speaks at the podium. Okay, thank you, Jorge.
So again, I wanted to speak in opposition to the censure. And first of all, I wanted to say $24,000 investigation that I'm assuming the majority of the council is who decided to investigate it. And that sounds a little, wasted money if you ask me, considering there was no unlawful findings according to the attorney. Also, the censure is an opinion of the council regardless of facts, or again, regarding the investigation. And the only thing I see coming out of this, once I'm assuming it will pass, is the sending the council member to training. Wow.
again, I am speaking in opposition to it, but I think this is more of a political stance or a political jagger, I suppose you could say. And that's all I think it's outrageous, and that it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Okay, next three speakers.
Roy Bleckard, Chris Baca, and Bob Palomares.
I will say I look pretty damn good for being 82 years old. But I will answer to repeat, though. I love the reference. As my recollection goes, this started a year ago or about that in the October surprise era, where this issue came out on the dais. The ugly exchanges, the refusal to follow common sense, proper procedure. This could have been avoided in a long term if we had followed the sage advice of former Mayor Tom Owings, who said we got to open up these closed sessions and we have too much of this and we hide too much of this stuff. How do we make a decision as the public or even read it or you? We don't even know what the hell was said. Like in, I think, another issue that's going to come up, and in the future, you've been asked time and time again, and that's why I've come up to this podium and asked you at the dais, put out all the information. But no, will cost 24 grand. We'll create a circus sideshow of the city of Moreno Valley. And you wonder why we're in the condition we are. You wonder why you see what's happening today and at further meetings. Is there a time and point when this city comes together, says we're not going to do this anymore? But no, you see it. We've seen it today. You've seen it on this day as the back and forth. Do you really think, all of you, from a point, are doing what the people's business is? You think you're doing ethical business. You think you're doing proper business. You think you are doing what you have respect of what you're doing, and your comments and your questions and the back and forth. I understand politics, been around it a lot. That should not be going on while you're sitting on the dais doing the city business. And that day needs to stop yesterday.
Thank you, next three speakers.
Christopher Baca, followed by Bob Palomares, and then David Lara Tellez.
Good evening, Council. I'm here in support of the item to censure Mr. Cabrera for his unethical treatment of city staff. I believe it's appropriate. Basically, it's a detention slip, so, should roll with the punches, no big deal. I think that we create our own hell sometimes, and basically that's what's going on with Mr. Cabrera, where he decided to go to the dark side when he was being supported and nurtured by so many people, and he's where he's at because of all these people who had faith in him. But he decided to go to the dark side and disrespect and humiliate and be obnoxious toward people who have been there to help him and have guided him and put him where he's at this point. If things could have been different, but like I said, we create our own hells. So that's all I got to say. I hope you, and basically, Mr. Delgado needs to abstain when there's issues regarding the police department. This issue is regarding you, so I believe you should abstain from the vote because it's a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Next three.
Bob Palomares, followed by David Larateas, and then Patricia Alvarado.
Good evening again. Ethics classes. I think all of you get sent to them. You probably get certificates, I'm sure. I'm wondering if Cabrera has one, or even Marcus. I'm sure Marcus has one, but that doesn't mean he has to follow the rules.
Stick to this item on censure for Cabrera.
Okay. Anyway, these are guardrails just for you to watch what's going on. But this is just the beginning. If this guy gets in, and he's like a little kid right now, if you look at him, he's like a little kid. If he gets in there and sits, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because he's going to feel that, oh, I fooled them all. He's fooled a lot of people. But I know one time when he falsely accused me of being somewhere where I wasn't, this is, ethics. What's a councilman doing accusing a public citizen of being somewhere where he's not? That's unethical, but that's who he is. He's fooled a lot of people, and he knows it. He won't even look this way. But that's who he is. Yeah, look at it. See? Got him to smile even with the lie. Thank you.
Okay, next three speakers, please.
David Larateas, followed by Patricia Alvarado, and then Stephen Alvarado.
Good evening, David.
Honorable Mayor, Council, staff, thank you for your work, staff. And I want you to know that there are people here who value what you do and are concerned about the environment in which you do it. Regarding the censure, I'm going to ask the council to think about, what standard do you have? What standard do you hold yourselves to? Is it just that you don't break the law? That's everybody's standard. You break the law, you go to jail. That's a very, very low bar, a very low bar. And I would hope to God that that is not the standard for a city council person, and certainly not for a mayor. Councilman Cabrera, you had someone come up here and attack your accuser. And that is just so classic of someone like you, to attack your accuser. Who is your accuser? It's someone who was here who tried to keep you from violating the Brown Act. Someone who, I go to the October last year to the meeting when the illegal appointment was made. She was one of the two people, the other one is here, and thank you, City Attorney, for your efforts to try to keep us from this horrible embarrassment that these two city councilmen put us through. What is the standard? What is the standard? There was harassment. You had an independent third party come in to do this research, and they determined there was harassment. It doesn't come to the level of a crime or a criminal offense, but there was harassment of a city employee who once again did everything she could to keep you from breaking the law. G2, the Brown Act violation. You can look at it, it's on YouTube. But yet you harassed her, and that has been determined, and you should be censured, because I would hope that the level that we hold you to, the level that you hold yourselves to, is above criminality. I hope that if there is somebody that harasses staff, they should be censured, and you should be censured. And staff has a right to be able to have a workplace where they are not harassed by politicians like you.
Next three speakers, and after Louise, we'll bring back Elmer to finish his time. But go ahead, Patricia. Okay. Good evening, Patricia.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm here to say I do not support the censure. Why? Because we all respect. I respect Istian, everybody, okay? Uh, I want to say something about Ulysses. As a mother, I'm 46 years old. I'm not 24 or something. I look like, but no. Okay? Because I hear that comment, right? So I'm 46 and I'm very proud of my age. Okay? As a mother, as a wife, as a community leader, okay? As a community church, I always see Ulises Cabrera there for us, for my family, as a businesswoman. Who helped me to open my business? Ulises Cabrera. Who helped me to improve me to know more about business? Ulises Cabrera. Okay? So I don't want to talk in bad about no one. I just want to talk in what I see and what I know, because I only be responsible for me. Okay? I don't like violence. I don't like verbal or no at all. Okay? So I know he is a good guy. Why? Because the results on me, on my family, he's a good example for my son, for my family, for my husband. He's here, and we are here to support him. And if you win, you want to help people. I know that for a fact. What does the word say that? In God we trust. And I don't trust in no one here. I trust in God. And he is going to give me the answer, because I have too much project for this city. And God is going to help. And he's going to choose who need to be in the power. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Okay, next speaker, Stephen.
Stephen Alvarado, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening once again. I'm proud to say that that was my mother. She's beautiful. So I just want to say how unethical it is what's going on in the city. Once again, it's very disappointing to see the stance that we are all under as a city, as a whole city. And I'm against the censure. I support Ulysses Cabrera. He has been a role model for me. And if it weren't for him, I don't know what path I would have chosen. He's a very outstanding and great person. Of course, I don't know what has been stated, and you know, the truth is beyond understanding. The only one that knows the truth is God. Um, and I don't have any words. It's not scripted. It's not planned out. I wasn't planning to speak right now, but just the unethical stance that I see beyond, like, before me, it's very disappointing. Because as a city, as a community, we have to work together with our flaws, with our, traits, our everything. We have to contribute it and work together, not against each other, not, bashing each other, not citing who's on this side, who's on that side. No, instead we should come to a resolution. We should figure it out. We should stand up for what's right, and honestly, God knows what's right. And backing up what my mom said, God knows who's going to be elected. God knows what he puts in the minds of people, and God knows everyone's goal here and outside of here. And God knows everything. And I really, really hope and I pray to God that Ulysses Cabrera wins as mayor. He's a great guy, and to me, he has been a big influence. He's really pushed me to be better. He's had me out there canvassing. On top of that, I'm not gonna get into that topic, but he's really made me feel like I belonged. And in the city of Moreno Valley, it's really rare to see that for young men like me. It's either you have a title or you don't have a title. But if you have a title, then you're selected, you have authority. But then people who don't have titles, it's almost like we're not even considered. We're not even like there. We can say this, but nothing is being done. Like, I could say my concerns, but if I don't have authority or if I don't have a title, it's nothing. And with that, I don't want to take too much time. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, Luis Palomares. Last speaker.
I'm speechless. Hold on.
And then I think Elmer's no longer. Okay, so
Correct,
we'll just
Mayor.
go ahead, go with.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow, the truth will set you free. You know, we're trying to get to the bottom and the truth of all this. And this is why we're here today, to see what we're going to do here, to see what the council is going to do. 3 council members voted to censure. 3. So that has to say a lot. There's something wrong in this picture. And I know that all the commercials came out, and that's good, great. And some of the city employees came up and said what they said. Okay, that's a freedom of speech. But what about what's really going on is as far as how he treated the city clerk, how he didn't listen to her when she told him, and he didn't like her. He didn't like her. You know, it's jealousy and hate that drives Ulysses Cabrera. Jealousy and hate. And that's what I see from his camp. Jealousy and hate. You know, they try to shout us out. They try to block us. Okay, but we're going to be here and we're going to be talking about the issues. As far as the censoring, censor him all the way to as far as you can take it, because he needs that. He needs to learn some lessons here. You know, he's drunk with power. He's got a big head, ego, dictatorshipness. I mean, we've been on this battlefield for 28 years and brought a lot of great things to the city with a lot of the other council members that were here. But he's going to take us backwards. I am afraid for our city if he wins. This young man, hey, his heart's in it, and that's great. But he doesn't have a clue of the facts and the really truth, what's going on with Ulysses Cabrera here. It's got to stop, because we cannot let him, like today, he was going back and forth with the mayor. The mayor was saying, you're out of, and he would not stop. He would not stop. Censor him, censor him, censor him. That's what he needs. He needs some kind of accountability. See, he's never been never had accountability. We tried to explain to some of the voters why we're so upset. Why we're so upset. They said, oh, wow, we didn't know that. We didn't know this. Well, that's right. They don't know. We're out here educating the community. This man has to be censored. And imagine if he's up there, if he wins that seat, we're really in trouble. We're really in trouble. Who's going to censor him then? You think he's going to vote for that to happen? He's going to be running it the way he wants. Like today, I want to bring a sign up here. I can't. I think he was behind that one. Lying Cabrera. Lying Cabrera. We don't need a liar. We don't need a liar up there as our mayor. We do not need a liar there. The mayor right here, Exton Gutierrez, has done an excellent job here. Excellent job. We need a man of integrity, values, morals, and principles. And yes, you know, God is in the mix here. So Cabrera, you're not just lying to the people. You're lying to God, because you use that card a lot. You're lying to God. He sees everything you're doing, and he will censor you in his own way. Thank you.
Okay, any more speakers?
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Oh, no. Is Elmer back? Okay. All right. I think he had 25 or 30 seconds.
He had 25 seconds, Mayor.
Okay, 25 seconds. Okay. Okay.
Got a detour. First of all, I wanted to apologize real quick to Ed Delgado. Just know that my intent was not to disrespect this body.
1 second, Elmer. Let's make sure the timer starts.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, hold 1 second.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just get emotional with bullies. I've grown up my whole life putting bullies in their place. With the Brown Act violation, you continue to just make our city an embarrassment. When I talk to folks from other cities, they look at what's going on here and they don't understand it. And I don't understand how you haven't been censured before. Should have happened a long time ago. You deserve way worse than that.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Any more speakers on G1?
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Okay. Okay. Any council questions of staff? Oh, sorry, we already did that. Okay, so we'll go into deliberation. Okay, we'll just do one round. Okay. And we'll go ahead and have, we'll just do a maximum of 5 minutes, one round each. Mayor Pro Tem Ed Delgado.
Okay, I won't need 5 minutes, but I will say that our city paid an independent investigator to come into our city and do an investigation. They had nothing to gain or lose from finding out the facts. I deal with investigations all the time in my line of work. And we always tell the investigators that you're on a fact-finding mission and nothing more. Don't put your spin on it. Don't add anything. Just find out the facts. Just like Joe Friday said, just the facts, ma'am. Right? So we paid $24,000 of your money to have an independent firm come in and find out the facts. Well, this firm determined that there was some violations, albeit minor, but nonetheless violations of behavior for our policies, our procedures, our way of doing things in our city that we, the city, determined the level of behavior that we should conduct. So it is my expression of my disapproval of the behavior that Councilmember Cabrera acted out on to another employee. So I just wanted to throw it out there that that's my opinion. But based on, it's not my opinion based on feelings. It's my opinion based on the facts that were presented to us from an independent source. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that it's not a personal. It's not personal at all. These are facts. And again, I think three speakers came up tonight and talked about the historic Moreno Valley behavior and the historic us turning the other cheek when one of us up here, not this particular group because it's historic, did something wrong. We turned the other cheek and it'll be all right. Well, that's not going to happen. That can't happen anymore. We have to turn the page and move forward into where we want to be. And where we want to be is we set the example for you and your children and say, you know what, I do want to go to a council meeting because the level of leadership up there is worth going for. So I again, not personal, just the way I feel that we should move forward in this on this dais is morals, ethical behavior. And I told you guys a long time ago from the get-go that if I did something to violate a policy, call me on it. I'll be the first to say my bad, and whatever I get. So I just wanted to say that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then just a reminder to, okay, go ahead, Councilor Marquez.
Thank you,
And
Mayor.
please be respectful, okay, to the audience. Okay, thank you.
$24,000. And just criticize. You don't know what happened. I do. This is a witch hunt caused by District 1 council member because her group doesn't like Cabrera and they don't want him to become mayor. It's obvious. $24,000. But when our mayor or your mayor was illegally appointed back in 2016, the city spent $422,000. Did anybody say anything then? No, because these people that were speaking out here were the people that supported him in his illegal appointment. Half of you people weren't even here or lived in the city. And you're talking about $24,000? Come on. We spend money, we throw money away on people that are here, that come up here with lies and accuse us up here. If you think you can do a better job, then run for this seat. But all you people do is come up here and criticize because you don't know the facts. And the facts is this: it never happened because she did not like the way we responded to her by not answering her and walking away. No, that's not the whole facts, people. You don't know what happened. And you want to come up here and censor someone that's put his whole 4 years up here busting his butt to make the city better. But now you want to knock him down. Oh, like one member said, or one speaker said, oh, he went over to the dark side. Oh, I didn't know we had a dark side and a light side up here. But now, I guess it's different now because the ball's on their court. So if you want to use $24,000 and you want to say he did it without even knowing the facts, then that's fine, because there's only 5 or 6 people believe that. I have talked to other people in this city, and I do get around, and they don't believe that. You can sit out here and say all you want about Councilman Cabrera. $24,000, something that should have never happened because we had a disgruntled employee. But you people don't know. Speaker's got up here and talked about her background, her demeanor. I bet you half of you people, majority of people didn't know that, did you? But you want to come up here and talk about something that somebody ignored somebody else, and you're going to censor them. Well, you know what? I'm going to propose that we censor Councilman District 1 for her duties as a council member, not cleaning up her district. Now let's do that. It's my opinion she's not doing it. But I'm not going to get the votes up here. I'm not going to get 3 votes. I might get 2, but I'm not going to get 3. My opinion. So if you wanted to sit back and say $24,000, go right ahead. But back in 2015, this city spent $422,000. Thank you.
Okay. Any other members for deliberation? Okay. Councilmember Baca, Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. This censure is our statement that the acts of for any of us to treat our employees in a retaliation, discrimination, or harassment, not being honest and having integrity, being courteous to the staff. That's something that, like one of the speakers said, should be a bar that we should all be meeting. Just not breaking the law is not high enough of how we should be acting up here. I know some people said that the victim was not the best victim. Well, 2 wrongs don't make a right, and we're not talking about the other person's actions. That's not what's being discussed up here. It's the actions taken by the city council member. And if I'm not fulfilling my duties, if I don't show up for 90 days, please censure me. Then I need to be doing something else. If I'm not doing my duty, by all means, there's an election in 2 years as well. If I'm not doing my duties, by all means. But what we're saying today by this action is that the way a council member behaved to a female staff member deserves correction. How can we correct? The only thing that we can do is make this statement of censure. If it was a city employee, we probably would have terminated the person. But this is the strongest action we take, and I ask that the council support the strongest, swiftest, most responsive action to issue a censure and say that we do not agree. We are not part of that, and we will not stand it. We won't stand for it. Thank you.
Okay, do you have any comments?
Well, first, I want to thank all the speakers who came out here today to speak. And I know we have a 5-minute speaking limit here, so I have a lot to say, and I'll try to move through that as quickly as possible. But this item, as we all know, was brought forth by Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz at the last council meeting. And before I actually dive any deeper, I do have some concerns with the way that it's worded on the agenda, because the vote that was taking place at the last council meeting was to discuss the censure, not to actually take any action. So just want to state for the record that I have some serious concerns with the way that it's agendized on tonight's agenda. One of the speakers, Mr. David Larateas, you're still here. You mentioned that I asked people to come out here and attack my accuser. That's not true. That's completely false. You have also previously claimed that I was in the late council member Victoria Baca's office cleaning out her office. That is also not true. I don't know where you're getting that information from, but that's a flat out lie. But you guys continue to
Put your
share
sign down,
that
please.
and spread those lies and information around the city for your own political gain. And the employees, the first speakers who came out here to speak and testified to their own, experiences working with the former city clerk. Honestly, I was not expecting that, but you heard it for yourself firsthand. What employees of the city of Moreno Valley have gone through, specifically with the former city clerk, and the kind of treatment that they had to go through, and the kind of response that they got to their complaints and to their concerns. So they came of their own free will, and they shared with you facts and information that I'm pretty sure none of you were aware of. Now it is public. And so with the closed session itself, when the meeting took place, I was asked to leave the room by the independent counsel. They asked me to leave, and one of our staff as well asked us to leave. So I was not in the room when this discussion took place. So I have no knowledge of what it is that I apparently said, what I did. I have no idea because I was not in that room. I was not allowed to be. And I found out after the fact that apparently I could have been in there, but no one informed me of that. I was just asked to leave. So I responded appropriately. I got up and left. The executive summary once again says that there was no unlawful activity that was found, and that something that I said could have been perceived as threatening, could have been. This is essentially hearsay. There's nothing actually factual about this. Again, this is an opinion that this council is about to vote on, which I think is completely unjustified. And we are setting the bar very low for censures of council members moving forward. And since Councilmember Baca has been on the council, I have extended the olive branch and attempted to speak to you on multiple occasions, but you ignore me and just walk right past me. That doesn't mean I'm going to sit up here and propose a censure of you. That's your free will. If you decide to ignore me and not, to this day, you have not had one conversation with me about anything having to do with the city, anything whatsoever, as much as I've tried. And I respect that decision. I will leave that be. But I think it's also important to mention that at the last council meeting, the city had to indemnify the former city clerk because she is now getting sued. And now we are taking on those legal costs. The city, the taxpayers, you have to pay your tax dollars to defend a lawsuit against our former city clerk. And that is important to note as well. And so I think that this is completely unjustified. Again, I have no idea what it is I apparently said because I was not in that room. I didn't have an opportunity to defend myself. I have not had proper due process either. And I think that it's not just a coincidence that this is happening 1 week before the November election. It's not a coincidence. This was planned out. This was strategized behind closed doors in the darkness. And it's all politically and personally motivated. So again, I think that this is all unjustified. Unfortunately, I have a feeling of how the vote is going to take place. But again, I did no wrongdoing. I do not stand for any kind of harassment against our city employees. And, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. No, we're only doing one round. Okay, we're just doing one round only. Okay, so in regards to this, just wanted to clarify. So we received the investigation, I think it was sometime this month that it was completed. So it had been going on for quite some time, actually. It was about over, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, over 6 months or something like that. I'm not too sure exactly, but it was several months that it was actually happening. I do understand that, employees, can, be affected, right? Obviously, like some of the employees that did come by, and shared their stories and everything like that. But like Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz said, we're here to discuss the investigation that was actually conducted by a third party. Okay, it was not the city that conducted it. Okay, because anytime that someone accuses someone of something like that, of harassment, the city, any organization, any government agency, and I know this, I was a union rep, for the teachers before, the employer has an obligation to conduct an investigation. They have an obligation. And so they conducted an independent investigation, and that's what the investigation found. Yes, it was not unlawful. It didn't affect any of the protective classes, right? Like gender, orientation or anything like that. Okay, but it did sustain some findings on, belittling and demeaning and those kinds of things. And I want to just mention, and I'll keep this very brief. Um, this was all related. This was all related. And I think sometimes we forget. This was all related to what happened last year with the illegal appointment. Okay. If you look at the circumstances of what happened in that investigation, obviously, that's what actually happened. So it was all related to it. And I believe, I'm not too sure if that file is public. I'm not sure, but probably should be so the public can see it as well. But I don't have anything against anyone. I just we have an obligation as a city, to take in that complaint, the investigation, and the investigator is giving these types of recommendations. Okay, for extra training, okay, for sensitivity training, and a censure, which is basically a warning. It's just a warning. That's all it is. So I'll go ahead and stop there, and we'll go ahead and go into motions.
Mr. Mayor, I'll motion to adopt the resolution of censure. To have
I second.
that.
Please go ahead and vote. Okay, the motion passes 3 yes, 2 no. Okay, we're going to move on to item G2.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Marquez has informed me that he's going to recuse himself from this presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, audience, please. Please, audience, please be respectful. Okay, so we'll go ahead and keep going. Like one of those late football games, so we'll just keep going. G2, summary report of 2021 Brown Act violation proceedings related to the appointment of LaDonna Jemson to the City Council. We will have a report from, did you have a, okay. We'll have a report from the City Attorney. And City Attorney, can you give us a report presentation on this item? I believe this was also requested. And then if you can also somehow maybe face the public better instead of just facing us.
Thank you. Tell you, sometimes these meetings feel like a sports event. Tonight's a doubleheader. In any event, there's a lot of passion that's expressed during these meetings, and that's a good thing. And I just wanted to mention that because last year there was a lot of passion expressed over this issue I'm about ready to discuss. And the purpose of my presentation is not to reignite that. It's not to relitigate it, but it's simply to provide you with the facts as I pulled out of the record. So I'm not going to render any opinions about what happened. I think that the facts will speak for itself. So I've been asked to do a recap or provide a summary of the 2021 Brown Act violation proceedings and the demands to cure and correct that we received from 3 entities. This all it revolves around the untimely passing of our former Mayor Pro Tem, Victoria Baca, who passed away on October 6th. I remember last year, I think in the staff reports, it indicated she passed away on October 5th, but I was informed she actually passed away in the morning of October 6th. And so that just basically moves the deadline by 1 day, and which in this case is not relevant. And so after the passing of the Mayor Pro Tem, there was a meeting on October 19th where LaDonna Jensen was appointed to fill the District 1 Council vacancy. So this is what this is all about. But before, last year there was a lot of confusion over what's a quorum, when we had to call an election, what's a majority, what's on the agenda, not on the agenda. Well, every time one of those issues came up, I had to comb through all these laws and regulations, which include the Brown Act, the Political Reform Act, the Fair Political Practices Commission regulations, the Municipal Code, the Government Code, the Elections Code, the Rules of Procedure for council meetings, and the Standard Code of Parliamentary Procedure. So there was never one place where I would find an answer. So it was incumbent upon me to make sure that it was thorough in all of my research. So again, the Brown Act covers issues such as quorum, agenda requirements, voting requirements, public comments. Political Reform Act deals with financial conflicts of interest and when somebody has to refrain from participating in decisions. Our Fair Political Practices Commission regulations deal with when somebody has to recuse themselves. And that also addresses issues regarding vacancies and appointments. We also have the California Government Code, which contains the Political Reform Act, which is conflict of interest laws, the Brown Act. It also addresses issues of pertaining to vacancies in the city council, how we fill those vacancies, and voting requirements. The Elections Code covers everything that has to do with the election, and this is where we dealt with the issue about what we have to do to fill that vacant seat. Our municipal code, that's where we find the number of council members. And this is where it indicates that the council members receive compensation and reimbursement. Our rules of procedures, that's where we deal with quorum requirements, voting requirements, placing items on future agendas. And finally, the Standard Code of Parliamentary Procedure, which is about a 285-page book, and it's used as a guide. So anytime we run into a situation where we don't have any of these rules spelled out under state law or a court opinion or in our rules of procedure, we default to this, and hopefully that will answer the question for us. So here's a little bit of background. So again, the vacancy was created on October 6, 2021, and the California Government Code provides that upon a seat becoming vacant, or the death of a council member vacates a seat. I mean, that's legally vacates a seat. And what happens when that happens? I got to get back here so I can see this thing. Anytime there's a vacancy, we have a government code section that specifically provides that within 60 days of the occurrence of this vacancy, the city council must make a decision. And that decision is to whether to appoint someone to fill that vacancy or call a special election. If you don't do any of those within that time frame, you default to calling a special election. So the deadline we had here, based on that 60 days, was the council had until December 5th to either appoint or call a special election. So back in October 19th, we had 3 council members because earlier in that year, unfortunately, we lost Carla Thornton, who was on the council, and that was unexpected. And we didn't have Mayor Pro Tem Baca around here, and so we only had 3 council members. We had the mayor, and we had Marquez and Cabrera. That's important because we have to know, we have to determine whether or not there's a sufficient number of council members to call a meeting. We need a quorum. In the rules that we follow the rules in the California Government Code, in our rules of procedure that provide that
a majority of the council constitutes a quorum. Again, the quorum is necessary for calling a meeting. That's different from a vote. So in our rules of procedure, it specifically provides, it's called, this section's majority quorum and majority vote. So unless otherwise provided in our municipal code, a majority of the council shall be a quorum sufficient to do business. Basically, we need that quorum to call a meeting to order. And if we only have 3 council members, and that's, two, we only need 2 to call a meeting to order because that constitutes a quorum. And if only 2, and if only 3 show up, they can pass motions and make decisions based on a 2-1 vote. So again, when we had 3, 2 was a quorum. And if 3 showed up, they can actually be a 2-1 vote. And I think that's where there was a lot of confusion. And I think I caused a little bit more confusion explaining it. So back in October 19th, we only had 2 attend the meeting. 2 out of 3 is a quorum. It was Councilmember Marquez and Cabrera. Now, when we look at the voting requirements, again, we have a rule that says, if 3 show up, a 2-0 vote is sufficient. If 2 showed up, a 2-0 vote is sufficient. It's only sufficient, however, unless there's that particular item requires 3 affirmative votes. So our rules of procedure again, pass a motion 2-1 if only 3 attend. But we have some special rules in place. We have a special rule where certain items require 3 affirmative votes. So if we had 2 show up and it says we require 3 affirmative votes, those 2 can't vote on that item. What are they? Adoption of ordinances, granting franchises, amending our general plan, and orders or appropriations for payment or expenditure of money. So again, these are the 4 items that require 3 affirmative votes. Also, we have a provision that requires 3 affirmative votes if we're appointing the mayor pro tem. So on October 19th, with that in mind, those 3 affirmative votes that are required, we removed several items from the agenda. We basically removed 3 contracts, and we removed some grants because the grants required the city to put up a cash contribution. So that's why that constituted an expenditure of funds. And we also removed the selection of the mayor pro tem. So again, all of these items required 3 affirmative votes. And we only had 2 council members at the meeting at the time on that day. But what we also had on the agenda, on our general business calendar, was a city council direction regarding filling the city council District 1 vacancy. And there was a report by the city clerk, there was a staff report, and what appeared on the agenda was asking the recommendations to either direct the city clerk to prepare an application for persons interested in being appointed to the city council, or 2, direct the city clerk to prepare the requisite resolutions and related documents calling for a special election on April 11, 2022. So those were the 2 items that appeared on the agenda. Direction. The city clerk needed direction on how to proceed, what to bring back. If the council decided it wanted to call a special election, they were going to direct the city clerk to go out and prepare the resolutions and bring them back to consider adopting it. They wanted to appoint, she had to create these applications, have the folks fill out the applications, maybe conduct interviews, the council conducting interviews. So those were the only 2 options that were on there. But the action that was taken was a motion to appoint Dolores LaDonna Jempson to the council. And that was a 2-0 vote. The problem was the appointment was not on the agenda. because again, what the city clerk just recommended one or the other action. Should I prepare applications for an appointment or should I prepare resolutions for a special election? The government code, there's a government code section, and you see the same government code section reference in a variety of situations as, and particularly in the letters that we received that demanded it, that the city council cure and correct this Brown Act violation. And that's government code section 54954.2. And that specifically provides that no action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Now, there are some exceptions to this, and one of the exceptions is if we have an urgency item. But in this particular case, there was no urgency. And what urgency is defined as an item that comes up after the agenda is posted that we need the council to take action on prior to the next regularly scheduled meeting. So we post the agenda, something comes to my attention that tells me I need to inform the council. We need to take action. The council, you need to take action on this item before the next regular meeting. Then there has to be a vote, and it has to be a supermajority vote to add that item to the agenda. The reason why there was no urgency here is because we had until December 5th to make that decision. The council had till December 5th to decide whether to appoint or call a special election. So that's why there was no urgency. So again, matters requiring 3 votes, appropriations or payment of expenditure of money. So the question that came up is, why does that apply to this particular situation, to the appointment? Well, council receives a stipend. They receive benefits, and some of them receive retirement benefits. They receive a car allowance, and they receive a discretionary fund account. And there's other incidentals like going to conferences and things like that. So it was clear, at least in my mind, that when you appoint a council member, that's going to involve an expenditure of money, because at that time, there was no one there. So we weren't expending any funds. So there was a motion to appoint Ms. Jemison to the council. The motion was by Councilmember Marquez, or second by Cabrera. Mayor Gutierrez was not present. Now, somebody had brought up during the proceedings the appointment of at that time Councilmember Gutierrez to fill the District 4 seat that was vacated by Marcelo Coe. He had resigned back in August 13, 2013. So they had the same rule that applied back then. They have 60 days from that time to decide whether to appoint or call a special election. So on September 14th, what happened there is that they had a specific agenda item, and one of the recommendations include take possible action to fill the vacancy by appointment or by calling for a special election. That was different than October 19th, because the recommendations were application for appointment or resolutions for a special election. Back in September 14, 2013, the action contemplated taking possible action to fill the vacancy by appointment. So there was a motion to appoint Dr. Gutierrez to the council. That motion was made by Councilmember Victoria Baca and seconded by Councilmember Jesse Molina. And it was approved, this is right from the minutes, it was approved by a vote of 3-1, Councilmember Richard A. Stewart opposed. And Tom Owings voted yes on this. So the appointment of Dr. Gutierrez to the council back in September 2013, that was a permissible action. It was permissible simply because that was one of the recommendations made in the agenda. Well, 2 days after that October 19th meeting, I received a letter from the law offices of Stone and Bucelea. They were representing Mr. Robert Palomares, who was one of our residents here. And it was titled a cease and desist letter. And the allegation was that the city council violated the Brown Act by appointing Ms. Jensen to the council. And they cite the same government code section, 54954.2, and they purported in their letter that the Brown Act prescribes an act taken or discussion about any item not appearing on the posted agenda. So they paraphrase that provision. We also received on that same day a letter called the Brown Act Cure and Correct letter, and that was from Californians Aware. Californians Aware is kind of a open meetings watchdog organization. They're a nonprofit organization. So they watch things like this. Anytime they believe that there's a Brown Act violation in some city, they usually will pipe up. And so the allegation they made too is that there was a Brown Act violation, and the statement they had in there is that the council must refrain from taking action on items not listed on the posted agenda. And again, they cite Government Code Section 54954.2. On November 3rd, we also received a letter from the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, and it was titled Brown Act Cure and Correct letter. And this is a quote, "The appointment did not appear on the agenda for the meeting." And they cite Government Code Section 54954.2. And they quote it, it's in the quote they have in there is that this section bars any action or discussion by a legislative body, which is city council, that does not appear on the posted agenda. So all three of these letters cite the same code provision. So we have three demand letters on file. Californians Aware, Mr. Robert Palomares, and the Riverside County District Attorney's Office. All cite the same government code section that again provides that no action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. And again, there's urgency exception. There was no urgency here because we didn't have to take action until December 5th. So what does this all mean? Well, in the government code, there are some provisions in there that spell out how somebody goes about challenging a Brown Act violation. And in the government code, it provides that if there is a Brown Act violation, and somebody can submit a letter to us demanding that we cure and correct that Brown Act violation within 30 days. So once we get the letter, we count out 30 days, we basically have a month to cure and correct. If we do not cure and correct, because we believe we don't have to, then the person who sent that, the entity or person who sent that letter has 15 days to file a Brown Act violation lawsuit against the city. What could that result in? Well, if we lose, we'd have to pay attorney's fees, and we'd have to go back and redo that decision. So when we got that letter, the council was advised that we have to cure and correct based on my legal opinion, and which is consistent with the legal opinions that we received from Mr. Palomares' attorneys and the Californians Aware's attorney and the Riverside County District Attorney's Office. And so there was a special meeting called on October 27th of 2021. And on that, in the business calendar, we had a request to place on a future agenda the rescission of the decision to appoint Ms. Jemson to fill the vacancy for the District 1 seat. The second item was a request to place on a future agenda the consideration of a process, appointment or election to fill the vacancy. The third item was to request to place on a future agenda the consideration of appointment to fill the council seat for District 1, including swearing in of the successful candidate. Present at that meeting was Mayor Gutierrez, Council Members Marquez, Councilmember Cabrera, and Ms. Jemson. So now we have 4. What's a quorum out of 4? Math is easy. 3 council members. So we need 3 council members to call the meeting to order. What's the majority? The majority, obviously, 3 council members. So we have 3 council members needed to call the meeting to order and 3 council members to approve or take action. But what actually happened that day is that Ms. Jemison recused herself due to a potential financial conflict of interest, because this was all about her. And she would have received, compensation in the form of a stipend and everything else we talked about. So she gets up and she's required to leave the council chambers, and she can't participate in the discussion, any part of the discussion that has anything to do with the appointment. So once she leaves, we have 3 council members present. Then the mayor exits the meeting, leaves 2 council members present. We lost our quorum because, remember, out of 4, 3 is a quorum. We were down to 2. We lost the quorum. So the meeting was adjourned due to a lack of quorum. So no action was going to be taken on any of those items. But keep in mind that, based on the timing that these letters came in, these cure and correct letters came in, we had some deadlines. We had until November 21st to decide whether or not the council was going to adopt a resolution rescinding the appointment of Ms. Jemison. That was in response to the letters that we received from Californians Aware and Robert Palomares. And we had a December 18, 2021 deadline to decide whether or not to rescind the appointment of Ms. Jemison to rescind the appointment. So these 2 deadlines were sitting out there. Oh, and then I just want to mention, we also had a lawsuit that was filed against the city by Mr. Palomares, and he was challenging the appointment because it didn't appear on the October 19th agenda. We actually had a hearing that was scheduled, and so the hearing was scheduled November 12th. The judge wasn't ready to review the matter, and so she continued the matter to November 16th, but the mayor had told me that he was planning on calling a special meeting on November 18th to cure and correct. So we requested that the judge, actually we talked to the plaintiff's attorney, and they agreed to, okay, if you're going to consider that November 18th, we're willing to agree to continue the hearing to November 19th. So November 18th special meeting, we had a cure and correct resolution on the agenda. And this resolution specifically was, specifically rescinding the appointment of LaDonna Jemison. And so once this resolution was adopted and approved by the council, it invalidated Jemson's appointment. On that same agenda, November 19th, we also had a cure and correct resolution in response to the cure and correct demand that we received from Mr. Palomares. That was approved by the council. So that reaffirmed that the Jemison appointment was invalidated by the city council. Well, we also had to deal with the Riverside County District Attorney's letter. And so there was, at the regular meeting on December 7th, we had the same cure and correct resolution. And so that again reaffirmed that Jemson's appointment was invalidated. So we're out in the clear. We're out in the clear because we complied with those demand letters. We complied with the Brown Act provisions on how to cure and correct. So after these, and within the 30-day period. So after these resolutions were adopted, we sent letters to these 3 entities, or Mr. Palomares and the 2 entities, to inform them that we did follow through on curing, correcting the Brown Act violation. And then December 7th, on the same day, the city council decided to call a special election. Everything fixed. That's it.
Okay. Any council questions of staff for G2? And I believe this you have no action that you're requesting, right, City Attorney?
I'm just
Receive and
recommending that it be received and filed, and take whatever additional action you deem necessary.
So that being said, any council questions of staff? Oh, okay. Councilmember Baca, Santa Cruz.
Steve, you said that there was a time limit to call for an election or appoint for December. So why was there such a rush that day to appoint?
I can't answer that question.
Okay, if a quorum was 2 and the council member said, we've spoke about this, this is what we're doing, isn't that in itself a new Brown Act violation for them speaking about it and deciding this is what we're going to do?
The Brown Act provides that, the Brown Act prohibits a majority of the city council from discussing items outside the context of a open and public meeting.
Okay. Another question. Earlier, you said that some behavior was, it's not illegal. Some of the actions done by Councilmember Cabrera didn't rise to the level of illegal. Is a Brown Act violation an illegal action?
Yes, it is.
Does the cure and correct stop or preclude the district attorney from filing criminal charges?
No, the cure and correct is a civil remedy for curing a Brown Act violation, but that doesn't preclude the district attorney's office from conducting a criminal investigation.
Okay, so he may still be investigating. Okay, thank you.
And then, okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
Thank you. Steve, a few questions for you. And you elaborated briefly on how, at that time, Councilmember Jemison counted toward the quorum, and you elaborated why she had to recuse herself. And it gets a little muddy there, right? Because she has to recuse herself, and then it causes some issues with having a quorum, and that's beyond my level of legal knowledge. So that's a separate conversation. But some of the things, like, to state for the record, that before that meeting took place where the appointment happened, and then after as well, I called multiple times on multiple occasions for special meetings. Is that correct? You recall that?
Yes.
And I also requested votes our procedures allow for, right? They say that a council member can request a special meeting or to agendize an item, but it has to be a majority of the council for agendizing items in a public meeting, right? But for calling of a special meeting, we contact you or another member of the executive team and call for a vote, essentially. So just want to state for the record that I tried on multiple occasions to call for special meetings, to try to schedule the cure and correct multiple times. But because of that issue with LaDonna Jemison not counting toward the quorum multiple times, even though Councilmember Marquez and I were yes votes, Mayor Gutierrez was a no vote, we were still not allowed to schedule those special meetings. I have the emails and everything. I could go back and share them for anyone who's interested about that. This particular issue, you also brought up the appointment of Extian Gutierrez, then council member Gutierrez, to the city council years ago. And so how is this particular situation different from that appointment back in 2015 when the Attorney General removed then council member Gutierrez from the city council?
No, I was comparing the items that were on the agenda with respect to the appointment.
Mhm.
And they were different because in 2013, what appeared on that particular agenda, I think it was September 14th, was one of the recommendations was to actually do the appointment. It was actually on the agenda. Whereas in October 19th, we did not have that as an option in the agenda.
Mhm. And the issue in that situation was that Extian did not live in his district, right? And the attorney general found that that was not legal. He was illegally appointed.
That's
Not for,
that's not relevant to the presentation that I just did,
Yeah,
which had to do with the appointment.
this is about the
So-
Brown Act violations that you committed
Yeah,
on
so
October
he
19th.
brought up the appointment when you were appointed. So I think it's appropriate to ask those questions because it relates to it and you brought it up. So just for clarification, wanted to make sure to ask those questions. And I think you gave a lot of information, so I can't think of any other questions, and we'll save any comments for deliberation.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions, City Attorney. Did you, on that day of the meeting, and I'll get into why I wasn't there on that night, and I think you know as well, but I do want to just mention, did you warn the council members that what they were about to do was going to be an illegal action?
Yes.
And then what day was the funeral of the late Mayor Pro Tem Victoria Baca?
I don't recall.
And
November 18th and 20th. The city had on Monday, the city had a remembrance, and on Wednesday, we had a funeral, and on Tuesday night was the day that they tried to take over the city.
so it was November, what day was it again?
I think it was in October.
I thought it was October.
October 19th,
18th,
was the
right?
meeting.
So it was October 9th. The 19th was the meeting, so the 18th and the 20th, we had two, a public and a private.
And I believe the day of the funeral, okay, I just wanted to clarify that, but I'll bring that up a little later at a later time. But okay, let's go ahead. Any other council questions? All right, we'll go ahead and go to public speakers.
Okay. The first three speakers are Donovan Sadiq, David Larateas, and Tom Gerald Sr.
Okay, go ahead, Elmer.
I'm here in support of the Brown Act censure.
It's a 3-minute. We'll just correct that.
Oh, thank you. I'm here in support of the Brown Act censure, 100%. I remember when Ulysses defended the urgency, saying that it was so important, but after seeing the presentation from the lawyer, it obviously wasn't true. So again, just another lie, trying to smooth things over. And he also just showed off his low comprehension skills by not even understanding the difference in situations. The lawyer explained it perfectly, easy to understand. Middle school kids could have understood that. But again, showing off why this person doesn't deserve to be in that seat, let alone mayor. He said it was beyond his legal knowledge. I find that very funny because I was here that day and I saw when our attorney heroically stood up and tried to defend and said, hey, what you're doing is wrong. But Ulysses knew more then. He didn't say anything about I didn't have the appropriate legal knowledge. No, he was the legal knowledge. He stood up and said, I am the law. Me and Marquez, we are the law. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I saw the malice that he looked at the city attorney, just bullying him, just like he tries to do up there. He stands up there, tries to posture like he's some sort of mob boss, sitting up there with a smug face. I love it. You just nailing your own coffin. I think they should have just had the dignity to resign. Why are they putting us through this? They talk about, oh, we're wasting taxpayers' money. You're wasting taxpayers' money. We have a lawyer. You said when you don't understand the legal processes, you ask the lawyer. Well, the next step is to listen to the lawyer. That's obvious. Didn't you take political science classes and they talk about legal things, that you have lawyers and they know stuff about the law and you should probably listen? But, it all makes sense to me because I've had the unfortunate experience of dealing with him and his family. And I know I'm not supposed to talk about family when it doesn't relate, but in this case, it does relate because they came after me personally and my family, trying to intimidate me and silence me. But it's not working. I'm going to be here every day. Even if you get elected, God forbid, I'm going to be here every day, making sure that you don't further throw our city under the bus. I'm tired of it. Our city deserves so much more. We have so many amazing things happening in our city. I go around to the different events that we have. Fantastic stuff is happening. Great things are happening. But we have to come here and deal with this stuff. Why? Because he thinks he's above the law. Let me repeat again. He said it was beyond his legal knowledge. So why, when the attorney actually gave you the solution, all of a sudden it wasn't beyond? Why? Because you're full of yourself. You think that you're in some sort of position where you can just talk down upon us and treat us like we're supposed to serve you. You are our public servant. We need real leaders up there.
The next three speakers, Donovan Sadiq, David Larateas, and Tom Gerald Sr.
All right, we're almost through this. Again, thank you guys for letting me speak, council, staff. It's a late night. But I'm in support of the censure. And as you just saw, thank you guys again for finally explaining what actually happened. We've been waiting for this for over a year. And I know it takes some time, but a year is kind of excessive in my opinion. I think the pressure was on somebody. But Mr. Cabarrus, if you do win the mayor, okay, to be a leader, sometimes you got to take the responsibility when you screw up. I've seen Mayor Gutierrez did it, and I was shocked when he did it in the past in doing that. You messed up, you did what you had to do. You can't run away from this because this is all on video. And just like Elmer just said, you were on record, very smug like you are right now. You have no humility on you whatsoever. And you overrode the city attorney. And then on top of that, you tried to get him fired at the next meeting because you didn't listen. And before the city attorney jumped and tried to save your butt, the city clerk that you just got censured for tried to save your butt. To be a leader, sometimes you gotta be humble and you gotta listen to your advisors, and then you make the best decision possible. But you don't want to take responsibility for anything, and that's not leadership. So if people are listening at home, if this is the type of mayor you want to lead this city, then so be it. But I'm going to tell you, it's going to bring people like myself, Elmer, and other people so that we can't conduct city business because this person is going to lead us to a financial disaster in regards to lawsuits and any other things that is going on. Dave Marquez is a sitting council member that was elected. He decides, for whatever reasons, and I don't know, to get up and not understand what he did so he doesn't do it again. It doesn't make sense to me. I hope you guys get him a copy of this in the public record. But I'm going to tell you, I was at City Hall that very next day. If you guys go look on the IE Informer, I was at Hall when they were putting Victoria Baca to rest. And LaDonna Jimson came in that morning, and I was shocked as they were cleaning out her desk. I mean, that's not leadership, man. You know, this is not personal, but you got to, I mean, you're kind of young, that's why I kind of nicknamed you Kid Cabarrus. But hey, I'm going to give you some grace. You got to learn and you got to grow. When you make a mistake, just own up to it. People are tired of the spin. Just say, hey, I screwed up on this. I'm going to do better. Thank you.
Next three speakers, David Larateas, Tom Gerald Sr., and Christopher Baca.
Mayor, council, staff, once again, taking responsibility. You spoke for quite a few minutes just a minute ago, Cabrera. Just a minute ago. You spoke for quite a long time. You never explained why you made that appointment. You never explained why you made the appointment. Roy Bleckard told us why you made the appointment. He called it a power grab. It was clearly a power grab. You talk about transparency, you're running for mayor, you're asking people to vote for you for mayor, and you thought that you and David Marquez, who doesn't even have the guts to sit here and listen to this presentation? He reminds me of a middle school kid who's saying, I can't hear you, I can't. He rocks away, he won't watch the presentation. What a coward we have as a city councilman. My God, at least you're sitting there and you're listening to it, but you've never addressed it. You have never once addressed why you made that appointment. What made you think that a convicted embezzler had to be appointed to the city council immediately with 2 votes? 2 votes. One of the votes is you, who just admitted that you don't have the legal expertise of our city attorney, whose advice you completely ignored when this came up. I was here. And it's true, Donovan is absolutely right. You tried to agendize a close session in order to get rid of the city attorney because he advised you not to break the law. And then you were just censured for having harassed the other city staff who tried to stop you from breaking the law. If you are that ignorant of the law, why did you ignore the city attorney? Talk about wasting money. We spend a lot of money on a city attorney. Why would you ignore that? And why was it so important to appoint a convicted embezzler to be on the city council? What gave you that? And right after that, the school district had the clarity to get her off the Measure M oversight committee. You wanted her on the city council. My God. And why did you do it? Why? And why did you ignore this? Why did you ignore the city attorney? Why did you break the law knowingly?
Please keep the comments quiet.
Next 3 speakers, Tom Gerald Sr., Christopher Baca, and Bob Palomares.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of staff, and the public. Thank you for, I want to affirm you for doing this tonight. I think these last 2 items have been needed. There's a lot of raw emotion, angst, frustration, and legal issues. And I want to commend the city attorney for a superlative presentation. You have to watch it again, take it all in. And just a quick note to the chief and Mayor Pro Tem, if God forbid I'm ever go completely crazy and I'm up on a murder charge, I'm hiring this guy. He's good, but hopefully it won't come to pass. But in any event, like Mr. Thomas, I was here the night of that hearing. And again, and I don't say it to brag, just a matter of fact. I mean, I was at the very first city council meeting. I'm probably the longest running attendee of meetings in the city. Because I go back to the beginning and I've seen every major item ever hit the city. It doesn't make me anybody special, but it gives me a point of perspective. And what I saw that night, I was just flabbergasted. I was just like, I thought I fell asleep and woke up, I miss them. I mean, I'm like, what's going on? And I will affirm the previous speaker, it was a power grab. There were no ifs, ands, or buts. It was a power grab. And in saying it, I have no animus to LaDonna Jempson. I know the lady. I mean, I have a decent relationship. She, not too long ago, helped me with a matter and was very, very forthcoming with some important information we needed, and it was very helpful. And so I have no angst against her, and I can accept her past such as it is, and that's her life. And my reason for not wanting her was it was on the WLC. That was good for District 1. She voted against it, and she went with another council person who was, really dumb that waltzed her into that vote. So she lacked good judgment, and that's why I didn't want to see her back on the council, at least wise, especially not in the way it was done. I mean, if she won a fair and square election, God bless her. Free country. That's what America's all about. We have comebacks. But, what happened that night was just, one for the books. And it was a sad situation. And again, I want to affirm the council for going through this, and I think it's needed. So thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Christopher Baca, Bob Palomares, and Luis Palomares.
Good evening, council. In favor of whatever whatever you're going to do as far as the censure is concerned on this matter. But that really goes to show, it's what high school level Robert's Rules of Order that, we should know that you need a super majority, or you need 3 people, not 2 for a quorum on certain items. That proves, and that just shows that Mr. Cabrera is not capable and not qualified to sit on the dais as a mayor. I'm very concerned what will happen to this city if he does become the mayor. But, luckily we have a great staff. We have our city clerk, we have our city manager, we have all these people that will, wing him through if he should become the mayor. So I'm not that concerned, but it will be not such a good situation. The Extian appointment of 2013, was it 2013, was brought up. And I think it would be a good idea if Mr. Gutierrez would elaborate on the facts of what occurred, in that people keep saying that you didn't live in the district and this and that. Yes, he did live in the district. It had to do with redistricting, and those maps were drawn by me. I did the redistricting that time. My maps won, and Mr. Gutierrez lived across street, and he was a resident of District 4, but we had the dark side, Nina Hires and Basil Kimbrough, that basically embezzled or got money out of the city. I believe they got paid thousands of dollars. I don't know why they won a lawsuit. It cost the city, I don't know how much it cost. Mr. Council Member Marquez is complaining about 24,000. How much has these people, the Democratic Club, Nina, and all of them, cost the city? They're the ones that were behind informing Marquez and Cabrera that it's okay, that it's that they're a majority and they can do what they can do. They can do what they did. That just goes to show what the leadership is behind these 2 individuals. You got these people that have caused the city great harm with lawsuits, bogus lawsuits, and we can go all the way back to the FBI raids, where they raided Victoria's house in search of my records from the United Democrats, because Price was on the board of the credit union and he didn't disclose half the information that they wanted. So their district attorney was looking for that information, and there was 2 bank accounts.
Okay. Next 3 speakers.
The next 3 speakers, Bob Palomares, Luis Palomares, and Leo Gonzalez.
Getting late. The reason Marcus isn't here, and you all know it, he said it, who cares if we violated the Brown Act? That's what he said. He didn't care. And he had Boy Wonder here with him. At that time when they were talking about Cabrera retaliating against the city attorney, that was the same time that he was trying to delay the swearing in of Mayor Pro Tem Ed Delgado as councilman. Oh, bring your family, do this. He was used, everybody could see right through him, except he couldn't see himself. Couldn't even look, even if he looked in the mirror, he couldn't see it. But that's how conniving he is. And the thing is that if he was to be mayor, when we come up here, or people in general, the public with concerns, they come to the mayor and, Mayor, we have this problem. Okay, I'll refer you to somebody. How can anybody come to him when he's the problem? Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Luis Palomares, Leo Gonzalez, and Martin Cabrera Sr.
This is unbelievable. You're a disgrace and a shame to our city, Cabrera. And then cowardly Marcus walks out. He's part of this problem. He's been a problem for 6 years that he's been on the seat. And you what, 4? or maybe more. Nothing but problems. You have brought us so many shameful moments that we could be talking about great things. You did violate the Brown Act that day. And I was standing up here. I was appalled. I was saying, what's going on here? I was saying, we the people, don't do this. And you still insisted, you and Marcus, because you and Wonder Boy and your boy Wonder, you both got outside information or something that you could do this. You could do this. And the political prostitute, which is LaDonna Jensen, was behind it all. You all colluded to do it. You have brought so much shame to our city. And these poor people back here, they don't have a clue. They're finding out a lot tonight. And you could go up there and say, give it all what you got to say. Spin the lie. Spin it and spin it. You know, you could spin it as much as you want, but the truth is being said today. And don't say it's a political thing, because this has been happening over a year already. We've been talking about this and talking about this and talking about this. We want justice. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. And like Ed Delgado says, why want to get on with city business? You know, you are getting on with city business. You are doing a lot, considering the mess Cabrera put us in, and Marcus has put us in, and the liar Marcus, you know, falsifying a police report. How dare him get up there and, you know, wow this and wow that, oh, how much money it's costed. He's costed us a small fortune, and he's going to cost us more. And so are you, Ulysses. You are going to put us nightmare on Frederick Street. I am livid right now. I am so upset that we have to come up and do all of this because you failed to do your job, because you couldn't listen to anybody, because you know everything, because you want to run it like a dictatorship here. Heaven help us and everybody with us, because, wow, if you get in there, we're not going to go away. I want to come and talk about great things. But if you're in there, how many more lawsuits are you going to get us into? How many more illegal things are you going to do up there? How many more times are you going to lie in your last 5 minutes and spin it and lie about the community? You should spend those 5 minutes talking about a lot of other things, but you're bashing and doing cleanup and everything else when you're up there for those 5 minutes. You're on the defense all the time, always defending and lying, defending and lying. Shame on you. You're a disgrace to our city. You're a disgrace to our city, and you lie all the time. And everybody in this room knows it. And you have your people fooled. Well, you know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next three speakers.
Leo Gonzalez, followed by Martin Cabrera Sr. and Patricia Alvarado.
Is there Leo here? Oh, okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Let me know when the time starts so I can begin. And there it is. Well, thank you, Mr. Steve Quintanilla, for your elementary level of knowledge of addition and fractions. I think that anybody who's going to serve on this council should at least know a little bit of the rules. But before I get there, I do want to play a clip from October 19th of last year.
In case the city is sued over the issue, that would probably be deemed a Brown Act violation.
Yeah, in concurrence with my colleague, Councilmember Marquez, I would like to exercise that authority.
So I would like to exercise that authority. That perfectly describes what Councilman Marquez and Councilman Cabrera think that this council is an authoritarian form of government. That is not what people want in a mayor. By the way, where is Marquez anyway? He was here earlier. I showed up and he was here. His car's still out there. I guess when you turn on the lights, the roaches do scatter. So if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen, Marquez. You got served last week for not being here for 90 days. Now you're not even here. And then you have the cojones to complain that, oh, they voted while I wasn't here. You're never here, dude. You're never here ever. And by the way, before I leave, I do want to bring up one thing. There was no action to be taken on this matter tonight, but I do want to bring up one potential issue that Mrs. Jemison might have taken. And that is, did she spend any money while she was here for that short period of time? Because that's taxpayer money on an illegal appointment. And I think that that should be looked into by this council. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Take care.
Next three speakers are Martin Cabrera Sr., Patricia Alvarado, and Roy Bleckard.
Gosh, it's so much shame. You guys rock like bullets. You guys are. I wish your energy will apply different. Yes. So, anyways, Mr. Christian, you got appointed illegally too. Yes, you did. Mrs. Harris disposed you, right? Is there in writing? It's in the records. So why you miss that when Consul Cabrera Marquez called you to a meeting? Why did you miss that one? That was a reason, personal, right? Not to show up and not to do your work. That's the kind of person that you lead in Moreno Valley. And that's where we are now, standing, asking you for respect once again, right? Mr. Consul Cabrera, don't worry. Somebody's watching. Democracy works, and Moreno Valley will exercise it. Thank you so much. Moreno Valley loves you, and you know that. I feel it. It's here. Moreno Valley will decide. Thank you, guys.
The next two speakers are Patricia Alvarado and Roy Bleckard.
Okay. Well, I hear many words. Okay. And I want to talking about that, what I hear. I hear people say about the political science, right? I can talking about what you're learning because I never went to the university. Okay. But I working hard. I know how working hard. That's why my sons are graduated in the university, my first generation. So I can make it no fun about these young people when they're coming here to express what they're thinking because they have a dream. They're young people and people laughing at them. I feel so bad because they're going to the university and people doesn't go talking bad about them. Oh my God. I can talking about the university because I never went just to make deliveries. Okay? Second, somebody say, you hire you poor people. Thank you, Lises. Thank you, because I'm poor. I'm not rich. And a great leader help poor people, but with great values. We poor people, I don't feel bad because I'm poor. When I have the COVID-19, I don't have to pay my rent. You guys guess who helped me? Ulises Cabrera. 1 year I didn't pay my rent. That's why I'm here. Not because I'm poor people. We have a great values. We are not rich, but we fight for our goals, our dreams. And we have dreams. Like Martin Luther King, I have dreams. That's why 1 year ago, I opened my own business. And I come to be a businesswoman. I didn't know nothing about business, but I learning. Thanks, Ulises Cabrera. Thank you. That's why we are here. My husband and my son told me right now, Ma, quiet. Because they're scared about something happened to me. I don't know why. Because they're thinking the power is in their own hands. And we are in risk to something happen to us. That's our city. Thank you. Because my financial changed. Like I hear, you want to take us to the wrong financial. Now I have money a little bit, but I want to pay my taxes because maybe one day I want to be a city council because anybody can do it. And I want to pay everything from now on because they want to investigate everything about me when I want to do change. I want to tell you, keeping calm, okay? Let it God fight for you because people, I always fight for my dreams, okay? And I teach my son, and something the poor people have is respect. I told my son, like a leader in my family, I say, I don't want to hear you say nothing wrong because the respect you're not learning in the university.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you.
The final speaker is Roy Bleckard.
I have a dream. I have a dream that our city will not be subjected to an abuse of power, malfeasance in office, misfeasance in office, and an illegal coup attempt takeover of this city. Mr. Cabrera, to this day, and over a year, you have not answered one of my questions. You have not denied any public statement, email statement on that fact, along with Mr. Marquez. 100%. And I will stand here till 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. If this council will allow it, we will debate this tonight and into tomorrow morning, and we will run 48 hours straight of what it takes to straighten out the mess you two made. I'm going to agree with the city attorney on that. It did fix one section of a Brown Act violation. It did not fix the potential of misappropriation of public funds, breaking of the public trust, just as we seen in an action about 15 minutes ago. One person doesn't even have the guts to sit here and do that while he knows what went on. Mr. Marquez, Mr. Cabrera, you know what went on. Why don't you tell us? 100%. And we can do that tonight. And I want to see a 4-0 vote on this. The action this council should take tonight is just like you did on the cannabis. Waive the attorney-client privilege. Open up the closed session. Direct the city attorney to fully cooperate with the district attorney, the state attorney general, the U.S. Attorney's General Office, and the grand jury to fully investigate every question, allegation. Let's review all of the evidence. The evidence is clear. It's on videotape. Explain. I would give you all the time you want. Explain what the action was done and why it was done. There was no purpose for doing that day. Had you done it legally, hey, that's the breaks of the game. We are not turning this into a tin-horn dictatorship run by people with the intent to ruin this city.
Okay, next speakers.
We have Lorena Santa Cruz, followed by Johnny Guzman.
Whenever you're ready. Ulysses, I need you to understand that one thing I cannot respect is disrespect. What you did that day, I need you to understand. Now look at me. You're a coward. Do not look away. That's something. You sit up here and you put your nose up and you want everyone to respect you and vote for you as mayor. What have you done? Tell me. All these actions were here, $24,000 because you couldn't be what? Respectful? You don't know how to run anything. How many years older are you than me? You were wrong. I need you to understand that. Imagine doing that. Imagine going to your grandmother's funeral, a celebration from the city. It's really thoughtful, which I appreciated, Mayor. But imagine in between those days, you pulled this. And then you have these people up here praising you. You paid for rent. Who paid for that? Do you have a job? Is it the city that paid for her rent? Oh, even better. Great. Sorry. Bringing flowers to the day of my grandma's thing after you pulled this little stunt. Oh, the day before you pulled the stunt, it was actually, that's what it was. And then to still come up here and do this? The pain you brought my family, a couple days after the funeral, we had to come into a box outside of the city with looks like somebody swiped my grandma's whole thing in there. All these gifts, all these pictures I have in her office, just in a box, upside down, flipped over. Disrespectful. Disregarding. Imagine I'm supposed to be grieving over someone who shaped me. But no, we were here fighting because you are disrespectful? You don't respect anybody. Doing that to somebody? I hope everybody watching this imagine coming here and seeing a box of your grandmother's stuff there because somebody tried to illegally appoint somebody. I don't speak much. I've never spoken here on behalf of my own self ever. But hearing these people talk so highly of you, you are nothing. You were nothing. You are nothing. You were just a little college student posting your little physique on your first day of office, council member update. Who are you? Nobody. God help us if you'd become mayor. I cannot believe the things that you have pulled, the things that you have done, the things that you have said, trying to save your face and trying to say, and trying to justify your actions. These are not justifiable actions. You had a plan, you executed it, and it was wrong. You went against legal advice. I wish I could forgive you, but I never will.
Johnny Guzman is the final speaker.
You as a councilman, I just want to know where you stand with your values and your morals. The way you disrespected Victoria Vodka, you should have honored her for what she did for this city.
That concludes public comments, Mayor.
I motion to put a future agenda item of censure for David Marquez and
Councilmember
Ulysses
Baca. Okay,
Cabrera
Councilmember
on a
Baca.
future agenda item.
Second, okay, we haven't done a deliberation yet, so we have to do deliberation.
Okay, then that's upcoming.
Okay, is it? Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
I will. I promise you, I will not take long. Patricia, I will assure you that nothing bad is going to happen to you here tonight. Okay, so you're safe. We have nothing's going to happen to you. We're not savages. We're just emotional. Okay, so nothing's going to happen to you. I want closure to this, just like the entire city does. I was not on council, but I was in the audience. I was extremely shocked, actually. I didn't know really what was going on, but I know enough to see that it was wrong. The city attorney actually physically stood up and said, I have to put this on the record, and I have to tell you that you can't do this legally. What he was presenting tonight were not opinions. These were just facts. He again, I go back to just the facts. He just gave us a timeline of what took place. We as leaders need to lead by example. And I say it again, and this is kind of almost regurgitating the facts, the statements that I made earlier. We can't turn a blind eye to this behavior ever again. We're just not going to. My family and my coworkers asked me I went to work the next day. I went home that night. My wife and I were shocked. She says, "What did you get yourself into?" And I said, "I'm not sure." I went to work the next day, and my boss told me. So my other peers were telling me, "What did you get yourself into? What are you thinking?" And my boss told me, "This is more of a reason for you to get in there, Ed." And I took that advice and I said, "Wow, you're right." And I'm not going to change the world. I don't feel like I can change the world, but I can change my district, and I can represent my district with honor and pride. So my objective is clear. It's very simple. My objective to whatever we decide tonight, whatever we decide later on, it is very, very simple, and that's to change behavior. That's my objective. I'm not out to take someone's livelihood. I'm not out to, you know, kick them off. I'm just out to change the behavior. And if we can achieve that objective through what we're going to do up here as a council, then it's a win for you and it's a win for us. So we can do city business like Ms. Palomares always says, we do need to conduct city business. And once we get past this, Mr. Roy, once we get past this, and we will, we can do city business. And that's my goal. And that's what I'm looking forward to. So thank you.
Any comments? We'll go ahead and, this is just a receive and file. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, and
Or
whatever
take possible
action.
Yeah.
That's what's in the,
Or
in the
take
agenda.
possible. So I'd like to motion.
Say,
Yes, I'd like to motion to add a proposed resolution of censure of Councilmember David Marquez, Ulysses Cabrera to a future agenda with the resolution of training to prevent a Brown Act violation as well as any retaliatory activity behavior by any council member. And I even, well, we could just do discussion about it after, but the proposed resolution would be training on both Brown Act and retaliation, illegal actions, and that would be for a future proposal.
I'll second that motion.
okay, there's a motion by Councilwoman Baca Santa Cruz and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, which basically is to bring this item back. Is that what your motion was?
Yes, for a resolution so that we could get some training.
Okay, please vote. Okay, motion passes, so that'll come in at another meeting. Okay, so reports. Let's just take a 5-minute break really quick. Good evening, everyone. We're back at, now we're in the section I, which is basically reports. And we do have several reports, actually. We have two reports from, actually, okay, hold on, let me see. A report from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado on the March Joint Powers Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, I'm providing an update from March Joint Powers Commission meeting held on October 26th. The commission approved a second amendment to the West March Disposition and Development Agreement, which will trigger payments to March JPA when a developer reaches defined milestones. We also approved development of an 80,000 74 square foot speculative industrial building on Meridian Parkway. Finally, we heard an update on sunsetting terms and authorized March JPA staff to draft agreements that will come to the City Council for consideration early next year. This concludes my report on the last March Joint Powers Commission meeting held on October 26th.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And that project that the folks were talking about, is that coming up, you know? The warehouse or something?
Oh, it'll be in January.
Oh, in January, okay. All right. Riverside County Transportation Commission, I'll go ahead and give that report. That was actually, the meeting was on October 24th. So tonight I'm providing updates from the RCTC, Western Riverside County Programs and Projects Committee. So we have different committees that was actually held on October 24th. The committee heard a report regarding the construction management services, materials testing, and construction surveying for the Interstate 15 Smart Freeway Improvements Project, and recommended that the commission award an agreement to Answer Advisory Management, LLC. This concludes my report on the last RCTC, Western Riverside Council Programs and Projects Committee meeting, and then that'll go to move on to the regular RCTC meeting. Okay, the next one we have is Riverside Transit Agency, and we have Councilmember Marquez with an update.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, on October 27th, the RTA Board of Directors had a meeting. The board approved the holiday event schedule to participate in local agencies through the cities. The board heard a report regarding the RTA operating more than 100 servicers to run its critical business operation and store data to prove better security and replace outdated technology. The board awarded an agreement to end Generation Computing Incorporated for the storage of area, network, and recovery services. The board also accepted the State of California Transportation Development Act, which is an audit for the year of 2019 through 2021. They were 100% passed. That includes my RTA report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have employee association reports. Madam Clerk? Nope, none. Okay, city managers report.
Mayor, no report from the city manager tonight.
Okay. This brings us to reports and comments. Well, actually, city manager, can you just mention, I think we won some awards. Can you mention those?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we just recently won an award for our IT department. This is an award that is awarded to the top IT department in California, and this is the 20th time the city of Miramar has won that award, and we actually led all the cities in other jurisdictions on winning the most awards for 20 consecutive years. So
Great.
thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right. That brings us to reports and comments from council members who did, that did not speak earlier. So we'll just do one round and we'll do 5 minutes each. Okay, we'll start with Councilmember Marquez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I want to clarify something tonight. On the consent calendar, I voted no. I just put on record, I didn't vote no for the senior citizen construction. I voted no for other things that were on the consent calendar. So that I just want to clarify that. I was going to make a statement. I just got off the phone with my attorney, and he advised me not to make the statement on your G2. So I'm going to have to wait on that. I have to wait till my legal team works on that a little more. Lately, I've been getting a lot of calls about the roads out there. Be patient, please. I had a complaint about a pothole that they just repaved the street and there's a big pothole already. It didn't get repaved. They're taking sections out and they're compacting the new asphalt. There's sections in the road. Mike, can you kind of explain that procedure? Is that all right, man?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Can you explain that, Mike, about that?
Sure. Thank you, council member. So in areas along the pavement where it's truly failed all the way into the subgrade, our contractor goes in and saw cuts out the existing section that has failed and then removes that damaged portion, comes in with new asphalt and compacts it as you described in those small areas of failure. And then the contractor will follow up within weeks, possibly a little bit longer, to resurface the surface of the street.
Okay, thank you. Just for the residents out there, so if you see a pothole and you see a patch next to it, maybe something, the pothole became, the asphalt came up after they patched up that area, so they're not done paving the roads. Homeless problem, I met with the individual that runs a homeless, I would just say a homeless program up north. We had a long discussion about our homeless problem here. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think, I mean, by listening to these other colleagues up from up north, we don't have a homeless problem here, be honest with you. The homeless problem we have here is the mental. These people have a mental problem. They have they rely on drugs, they rely on narcotics to keep them going. And they don't want any help for the simple reason is because they don't want to be confined. So they want to live out in the streets. And there's not much we can do. I know that the health center here, the hospital, sends out teams with the police department. And these individuals don't want help. They don't want help. The people that do want help, we do help them, especially the veterans out there. Some of them will say, "Hey, thank you. I need this. I just need that push." And I'll pick them up and take them down to the hotel over here on base. And some of them straighten up pretty good. Again, there's some that aren't all there. They have a medical 5150s. And by the way, if anyone, veterans out there, I've got some literature here that I was given. It's the federal benefit for veterans, dependents, and survivors. It's, if you're interested in one, contact me. Anybody in the chamber here wants to get one, come and see me afterwards. I'll give you a copy. This is the latest from the VA on the benefits for survivors. And so other than that, that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
Good evening. Buenas tardes, everyone. This is just a few short comments, nothing too extensive here today, but I do want to start off by just highlighting the Dia de los Muertos event that we had here at the amphitheater. Hats off to staff for always doing an absolutely amazing job. Very well done, as always, full of live music, dancing, baile folklorico, vendors, etc. So excellent event as always, and well attended as well. So very well done there. The this has been a very interesting meeting, to say the least, and it is our last meeting before the November 8th election, and we have 7 days left until the election. So I just want to remind folks about that, and also encourage everyone, if you're watching this at home, listening at home, definitely encourage you to vote, because most people pay more attention to national politics, to the federal level politics. But, I think that it's more important, arguably, who is elected here at the local level, right? At city, school boards, etc. Because the decisions that we make here on a daily basis directly and almost immediately impact our daily lives every single day. From fixing roads, to addressing homelessness, to opening up new senior centers, And those are the things that we work on here on a regular basis, that the staff works on every single day. And so I would just highly encourage everyone, if you have not voted yet, to please go out and fill your ballot. You have 7 days. You can vote early, or you can wait until the last day. You do have until 8 p.m. on November 8th to actually vote at a polling place. So as long as you're in line by 8 p.m. on November 8th, you can stay in line. Even if it's 9-10 p.m., you can stay in line until you actually turn in your ballot. So just want to encourage everyone to do that, because November 8th, the future and the fate of Moreno Valley is on the ballot. There's some important decisions to be made, and the residents are going to, decide on what direction the city of Moreno Valley is going to take, and what kind of jobs we're going to bring in for the future, what kind of amenities and facilities we're going to be building here in the city, how we're going to help our youth, how we're going to prepare that next generation that we desperately need those leaders to come in and help us to lead us into the future. So I just once again want to encourage everyone to do your research on, everybody that's on the ballot, and just at the end of it all, make sure to go out and vote. And just want to briefly bring up as well, some of you may have heard an incident with the husband of the Speaker of the House, Mr. Pelosi, where someone broke into his house and actually assaulted him. It was all over the news a few days ago. And, I think that my closing comments from the last council meeting speak exactly to that, because I said that we all need to speak up. And I do want to thank you, Councilmember Delgado, for speaking up, because you are one of the ones who is actually doing that and speaking up against any kind of behavior and actions that could lead to situations like that, where family members of elected officials are literally getting hurt. We see hate crimes happening all over the country, and that's the kind of stuff that has to stop. There's no room for that. There's no place for that. And that is what I'm asking for all of us to move past. We're bigger than that. We're better than that. And we're not going to stoop down to those levels. And, my family has been attacked and talked about and harassed and slandered, and it's completely inappropriate. And once again, just want to put that on the record, because you can come and attack me. I'll sit here and I'll take it. But once you go to my family and you start attacking them, I take a big issue with that. And nobody up here should be a victim to that. And so with that, again, just want to, wish everyone a good night. Definitely look forward to what the city has in store. We have a ton of potential. We have lots of opportunity here in Moreno Valley. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen here in the city, to see the future growth, to see all the amazing things that are going to come out of here. So I'll leave you with that, and we'll see you at the next council meeting.
We have closing comments from Councilwoman Baca Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off with also giving kudos to our staff who are doing an amazing job. And most of the time we don't notice it because you're just doing amazing. We just figure the city runs seamlessly. But I want to give a special shout out to those that participated and helped with the Dia de los Muertos, our executive team, even for attending and staying out there this night. It was a wonderful event. I spoke to so many families out there. The police out there with those pumpkin hats. That was a wonderful addition to our family fun night. So I appreciate you being out there with the community. The community really appreciates all of that we're doing. Also to the departments that are getting awards. I believe all of you should be getting awards because of the work you're doing, but nonetheless, for those that applied and are being recognized, kudos. I do plan to attend those awards next week. Tonight in the consent agenda, we did approve $4.4 million for the senior center. So those of you who came up and spoke, it can be done. It's been done before. Thousands of residents came in with a petition for the Skechers. That's how it came about. Hundreds of signatures were brought by students to get a skate park in. So it has been done before. It works. Keep on doing it. Keep on bringing us the issues, and we'll keep on working on it. We also did approve $93,000 for police motorcycles. So again, we're investing in public safety. We're also purchasing more picnic shelters for our community park, investing in our youth. And also on the public hearing, I wanted to start by sharing a quote by President Obama. He said, "A budget is more than just a series of numbers on a page. It is an embodiment of our values." And tonight we have earmarked money to be starting to save to make public art. And it's funny that here in our own city, the college seems to be doing that. Today on Instagram, I saw that they have a meet and greet with a local artist, Rosie Cortez, who is an alumnus painter and muralist at Myrna Valley College. So she will be starting a campus mural next spring. So I would also like to look at, when we have these art installations, that we look at local artists, because we have that talent here in our youth and in our older people, residents as well. So I hope that when we do look at this art, that we put together a commission that brings local artists to our city. And also, I want to echo my desire to get some training today. Once again, I know both of these council members have done it in the past, but an attempt to vote down one item was mistaken, was done erroneously. I don't think he understands how to work the computer or the consent agenda, but Councilmember Marquez did vote against the senior center. He did vote against the motorcycles. He did vote against the picnic shelters, as well as many other items on the consent agenda, including filling our commissions. So not only was he not present during most of this meeting, he voted no on the items that we need to get business running. Finally, I want to thank everybody who spoke up tonight about your feelings, about what you went through with the illegal action. I know it was more than just a power grab for a lot of us, those of us invested in this community and making sure that we have Marina Valley as the best place to live, work, and raise your families. We were offended, greatly offended by this violation of our trust. And you can thank them for me being up here. So, and I want to give a special shout out for my daughter for speaking up for the first time. It's been a year, and I'm glad that we're finally getting some closure. So thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you for watching on the television, and thank you for supporting us, bringing some closure and making Myrna Valley the place that soars again. Thank you.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
So real quick, I don't know how to follow that, ma'am. Very good. A young man came up tonight and said that I'm nobody. I have to be in a position to get something done. Well, that's not true. Elena and I discussed it, that the seniors came out in force. Something got changed. The students came out. Something got changed. These our employees came out in force, and something got changed. So yes, you do have a voice, young man. I don't know where you're at, but you probably went home. You got school tomorrow, but I'm going to make this short because I know Kenny's got to eat. He's hungry. Chief Reichel, my bad.
Oh, okay. I was like, who? I was like, who's that? Okay.
So last meeting, I talked about our enforcement in front of the schools, and the sheriff's department, or the chief, took that to heart. And I don't know if you guys saw it on Facebook or public or social medias, that we are hitting the schools very, very hard, because it's very important to us to protect our kids. 26 sites were written in one sweep at Canyon Springs High School. So thank you guys very much for that. Very, very good. Senior center expansion, it's a start, and we are aware that there's a greater need. We truly know that, but this is what we can afford right now, and we are very well aware of the grander desire to get something out there, another one, and then we'll expand that. So I will also pledge that I told you guys that I work for you, and I'm going to pledge to you that whoever sits in this seat come January 1 is a team member, whoever it is, and I pledge to you that I will work with them. We might not agree all the time, like you saw tonight. It's not personal. I will work with them for you, like you guys elected me to do so. So that's my pledge to you, and I'll continue to work for you. Last thing, I'm going to read a acknowledgement for a city person from the city. But first, I would like to bring out a resolution to eliminate the last 4 cannabis permits in our city. So we currently have 39. There's 4 out there somewhere. No one has spoken for them. I would like to add a resolution for the next council meeting to just eliminate those 4. So
I'll second that.
we're good with where we're at, and we get rid of the 4 and move forward. Do I have a motion? I
Motion
motion.
made by you, second by me. Is there a majority to
I'm
do
in
that, to
favor.
bring that back? And okay. Okay, yeah, can we do that, Steve?
So it's a motion to add this item to a future
Future agenda to eliminate
the last 4
the last 4 that are
Eliminate the last
vacant,
4
right?
via a resolution or ordinance, whichever
Correct.
one.
And these
applies.
are these
It's a
are
resolution now.
and these are permits that are not being used, right?
Correct.
So to eliminate those.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, just stop where we're at.
Is that good?
Yeah, okay. I think there's consensus.
Should we take a vote?
Is it a
I
vote?
think we should take a
Yeah, go ahead.
formal vote.
All right, go ahead.
Just
Go
to
ahead.
codify it.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll put that for 5-0.
Okay.
Um,
I
go
have
ahead.
I
Yeah,
have
sorry,
one more
go ahead.
item. Tonight I would like to shine some light on one of our residents. Mr. Gary Garner is a resident of District 2. And for over 10 years, Gary has been making the time to beautify his neighborhood, a thankless example of loving our community in the most simplest way. Gary, a veteran, is a gentle and modest man, in so much he declined to attend tonight's meeting for public recognition. Nevertheless, we wanted to convey our appreciation for his efforts in making the city of Moreno Valley a better place to live. Gary, with appreciation, I will personally present this mayoral certificate, which I have, city staff has, to you amongst your family and friends, which reads, in recognition of your outstanding commitment, dedication, and tireless determination to beautify Moreno Valley on a constant basis, the mayor, city council, and fellow residents of the city of Moreno Valley thank you for your volunteerism. Additionally, I am pleased to announce that the Parks and Rec Department will be giving Gary a cleanup supply kit. So be careful what you ask for. We'll give you the tools to clean it up. I will take this opportunity to invite everyone to our upcoming Community Day of Service event, which is scheduled for November 12th at 8 p.m. here at City Hall, where you too can be like Gary and make sure Moreno Valley is a clean place to live, work, and play. This quarter, we'll be beautifying the Cottonwood Golf Course in District 1 and the Rock Ridge Park in District 3. Thank you, Mr. Gary, and I'll follow up, and hopefully I'll have a couple pictures of us presenting that to him at his residence. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado. I want to thank also Councilmember Marquez for clarifying that about the roads, because we've been getting a lot of questions about that, about the patches, and so thank you for clarifying that. And like tonight, we did vote on a lot of good things, in terms of, the senior center expansion, that's almost $4.5 million that we're going to be hopefully putting in. It's going to take some time, but we will get there. And just, to follow up a little bit with what Mayor Pro Tem Delgado mentioned in regards to the senior center expansion, and, just by coming out here to this meeting and giving your voice, it's really resulted in action, right? And I do recall when we had the skate park kids, when they came to the council meeting and they showed us their signatures, and this council, at the time, took action. Same thing with when we wanted to create a teen center, and we called it the Carla J. Thornton Center. So that is a great center. If you have any youth that are under the age of 18, I highly recommend that they go there. They have computers, activities, video games, and a ping pong table. So it's a lot of good stuff that's there for the kids. I do want to encourage everyone, oh, by the way, the Dia de los Muertos event was great. So thank you to the staff. They did another excellent job. The Mana band was, wow. That was great. That was wonderful. I'm a fan of Mana, so that was great. And then just wanted to say that to go ahead and get out and vote, whoever you vote for. And I like the pledge that Mayor Pro Tem Delgado said, whoever is the mayor, we should respect that and just move forward. There's a lot of great things in the city, beautiful things in the city, things that we've accomplished. And I know that whoever it is will continue that vision. Remember, there's no postage that's necessary. So all you have to do is just mail it in. There's vote centers also. So if you don't feel comfortable in mailing it in, you can drop it off at a vote center. There's also a ballot box here at the city, right, City Clerk? I think there's one that arrived. Yep. And then also there's also a box at the Registrar of Voters office as well. And then finally, I just wanted to say November 11th, 2022 is Veterans Day. So I would really highly encourage the public to attend. Sometimes we don't get a lot of members of the public that go to those kinds of events, but it's really important that we honor our members of the military. So thank you. We'll adjourn this meeting at
And Mayor,
10:25 p.m.
If I may, earlier I was going to propose an item, but
Oh,
I
okay.
wanted to make sure to wait until the end.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
As you had requested, just before we adjourn. So I do want to make a motion to bring or put on the calendar a study session, which I don't think we've had one in a very long time, regarding homelessness. So currently in the city of Moreno Valley, we have 0 beds for the homeless. And I would like to at least have a study session in January or February to allow staff enough time to, go through the data and everything. A study session in January or February to explore the various options available for housing for the homeless, including state funding, so that we can explore any of those options. So I would like to make a motion at this time, and I'm looking for a second.
Second. Okay, motion made by Councilor Cabrera, second by myself. So just once we vote, you would just work with the staff member to approve whatever you want on that.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, please vote. Okay, and that's going to be there. And then we're going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting tonight, which is November 1st, 2022 at 10:27 p.m.